Yeah, I gotta call you back. What's going on? Just talk to me. Yes, go ahead. Awesome, thanks. I'll check it. I'm going live. Thanks. Hey everybody, how you doing? Good to see you. I am David Snedeker, and I am broadcasting to you from Topanga, California, where it's about to rain for the next 3 or 4 days, which, in Southern California terms, we've got one heck of a storm coming. Do we have a storm coming? Is the storm here? And how do we prepare for it? Well, if you're like me, I spent the last hour and a half making sure my wood was covered up, to make sure that that stays dry. I made sure that some things that we have outside are covered with tarps, and because in Southern California you can leave a lot outside, right? I had to cover up a leak in my roof of my kind of an exterior bathroom, the bathroom to the studio here, and so I've been busy preparing for the storm, and I realized as I was doing that we have been preparing for the storm, and we don't know when the storm is going to come. Like, for example, I know it's going to start raining tonight, here probably in a couple hours, but we don't have that kind of weather forecast. We are, because of the amount of disinformation, so that the cabal cannot know what's coming and when, and so the swamp can be properly drained. However, we prepare nonetheless. Why? Because we know it's inevitable. We know it's inevitable because we've seen the evidence of the voter fraud, election fraud. We've seen the evidence of the unmasking of General Flynn. We've seen the evidence of the absolute attempt at taking General Flynn out of the picture, and through very, very nefarious activities. We know that President Trump has received multiple attempts to take him out of office that were illegal. The impeachment over a phone call, the Russian collusion that was created by the Hillary Clinton campaign and the DNC. Folks, we have evidence of all of it. And because we have that evidence, I understand that it can be pretty frustrating that none of that evidence is acted upon. However, we don't see the whole picture. And anybody who really has a clandestine, information giver from the White Hats is not, they can't give you real information, because if they give you real information, it jeopardizes the lives of our military, our police, whoever it is that are actively draining the swamp. And as 17 mentioned, that it is absolutely imperative that it will be the military. And so it's not, we know the storm is coming, we just don't know when or how. So we prepare, and we prepare our minds, we prepare our hearts, we prepare our physical lives, make sure we have food and water and a generator depending on what darkness looks like. We know we're going to have electricity, but there may be certain blackouts for short periods of time, as we've already seen, by the way, worldwide. We've seen it in Italy. We've seen it in D.C. with the monuments, with the White House, with the Capitol. We've seen it in different parts of the world, and so, but they've been temporary. We've seen it at the Vatican. So we know that it's coming, and so we prepare. And we prepare, probably the most important thing is that we prepare our minds, because not only are we going to have to take care of ourselves, but we're going to have to be able to, talk to others as well, and calm them down and let them know that really good things are happening, and that it might get bad before it gets good. and that's with anything. If you guys are looking for this to be, swift, 17 has said it would be swift once it begins, and you think that we're going to be good from then on out. We're going to have some issues. We're going to have some societal issues after this goes down. I mean, we're talking about literally, the public awareness of treason against our nation, against our people, against our president, and horrific crimes against humanity. And so we're talking about, executions. And I've said many times that I'm not a fan of that way because I think it's too quick, it's too swift. I would like to see these people really never see the light of day from a standpoint of outside of, bars or fence, but certainly have the opportunity to regain their compassion, which has been cremated through their cremations of care, and bring them back to humanity, their soul back to humanity, because only then will they have remorse. Because the only thing that they would be remorseful of as they await a hanging or a firing squad or a lethal injection, the only thing that they would have remorse for is that they don't get to lead their selfish lives anymore. They don't get to do the things that they always did. They don't get to live in luxury. And so there's no real lesson there, and for not just for them, but I feel like we'd be missing a lesson for humanity. If we could show, because we know these things occur, we know that, many of these people, by the way, have been forced into this life. They have been, their cremation of care happened when they were young, when they were children. They were raped or they were abused as children. And so they were basically forced into a life of the cabal. And so they didn't have an opportunity to form compassion. And imagine what kind of remorse they would experience if they were once again able to feel and experience compassion. That would be a life, a very difficult life for them to have to live for the rest of their life behind a fence, behind bars, and really feeling what they did to these people, to humanity. And to me, that life sentence is just horrendous. But we are, and by the way, what a message to send to the rest of the planet, that we had compassion for those who would not. And I believe that's when we would really see a shift in humanity. And again, I'm not saying give them a life of luxury. No, these people will suffer a long and painful incarceration under what I'm suggesting. I just don't think that they should be let off that easy. I think it's just, but that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a mass scale, a group of people that literally are on the cover of magazines today, being arrested, executed tomorrow. And how is humanity? How are we going to handle that? So we are preparing for this storm, but we're also preparing for each other and preparing to help each other through this difficult time that we have ahead of us. And I think certainly there will be a little celebration in each of us to finally see justice carried out for the evidence that we know already exists, because there's still a doubt in many people's minds and hearts that we will ever see justice of the elite that have controlled this planet for a very long time. And I get that. I get that mistrust. I get that lack of optimism towards a different outcome. But here's the difference. 14 years ago, when I started my journey, very few people, percentage-wise, knew what a very large percentage-wise know today. And that is a consciousness shift that we are experiencing right now. And that consciousness shift, as it comes about as a result of many minds, many hearts, many souls, shifting the narrative, as I mentioned last night, shifting the timeline, because we are envisioning a different outcome. We are envisioning justice. We are envisioning an incredible life beyond the justice, where we are living a life that we've, maybe even never been able to dream of before. Through Nasara Jasara, through a global currency reset, through asset-backed currency, through all this weight, all this oppression being lifted from us. The only people that are homeless are the ones that absolutely want to be out on the road, and even then, we make it easy for them. Okay, without restrictions, without I knew I helped a homeless woman here in Los Angeles before she moved away for quite a while, and she wouldn't go into a shelter. Why? Well, because if you're going to go into a shelter, you have to have vaccines, you have to have all this shot and that shot, you have to be tested, you have to, it's not free. You're not free. So for many people, it's not okay to go into a house or a system, because once you're in the system, then they control you. And so she slept underneath a tree in a park for a very, very long time, and that was her choice. And now she's moved on to much better things, and she's not sleeping outside anymore. And so, and she remains a dear friend. So this is the kind of thing where this is going to shift humanity on the other side of this justice. And so I know we're all anxious to get there, and just know that as long as you've been waiting in line, just know that there are a lot of people that have been waiting in line a very, very long time, much longer than you, much longer than most, that have been carrying this burden. I mentioned this last night. I wanted to mention it again tonight, because I think it's so important to just have a reverence for those who have been carrying this burden of truth for a very, very long time, and to honor those folks by showing our patience and showing our willingness to hold the line, and showing our willingness to, even though you may have shown up late, you're right on time, right? But no pissing and moaning, no complaining, no, I want this. No, it's not about you. It's not about us. This is about something much, much bigger. And we don't know enough to demand the result when we want it. We don't know enough to demand the result when we want it. So if we can get out of selfishness and get into that, this is a plan that has been crafted since this guy was assassinated. Okay? There were some military people that didn't like that went down, didn't like the insurrection that had happened within our government, and basically from the Third Reich into the Fourth Reich. And the Bush reign, the Clinton reign, the Obama reign that came, the Nixon reign, the Johnson reign, that were all corrupt. Reagan tried to change it, but he was they attempted to assassinate him, And yet nobody came along like Donald John Trump to really shake things up. And we're still seeing the result of that as the Senate just today had to say, guys, we're not going to impeach him. Not going to happen. Why? Because it's partisan. It's ridiculous. Let's get out of the rhetoric and talk about the real facts of the case rather than all the emotion of the case. So at any rate, we prepare for the storm. Yeah, we batten down the hatches. We get ready, and we wait. And I mean, we're not waiting casually. I see what you guys are doing. You guys are researching, you're sharing stuff, you're still on the battlefield of Facebook and Twitter and jumping into Gab and jumping into MeWe and jumping into Telegram. Share, share, share. And the more we do that, the more people will wake up and the easier this transition will be. Please remember, guys, that if 17, which we know, saw the future, went into the future. They didn't stop today or tomorrow. They went all the way. They could see what was in the future. That has been proven. If you doubt me on that, if you go back through our shows, okay, you don't have to go all 8 hours or 7 hours or whatever, but if you go back through our shows, I promise you that you will be convinced that 17 has been able to see into the future or travel into the future. Not because I'm trying to convince you or Todd's trying to convince you, but because we've actually shown you evidence that, they were talking about Antifa 3.5 years ago. They were talking about the riots, the Floyd riots. They've been talking about everything. They've been 17 steps ahead of every single thing that's come down the pike. With the exception of, for example, like the election, you think, they're not going to let Biden win. But they let him win. Why? Because they let him steal the goods and let him walk out into the parking lot. They let him commit treason, folks. So that they entrapped them, basically. Okay? That's what this is all about. That's what this Senate impeachment is all about. See who's going to support President Trump. See who is going to cave and commit treason. Because when you impeach a president based on rhetoric, that's treason, that's sedition. You can't impeach a president because you don't like him. You can't impeach a president a matter of days after an incident happened that still hadn't had all the information coming in. After the information came in, we know for a fact that they let these people in the Capitol, that they orchestrated this thing into the Capitol, that Antifa was involved, dressed up like Trump supporters. I'm not saying there were no Trump supporters in those chambers, but I'm telling you that the Trump supporters that I was with, the Trump supporters I witnessed on that day, by the millions, were just patriotic but respectful. No trash was left behind. Folks, when I was one of the last people off the Capitol, and there was no trash left behind. It was clean. It was, people were respectful. People were helping each other. People were waving flags and singing songs. It was a celebration of our independence, of this cabal that had absolutely stolen this election. And we are showing support for our president, who we elected again, even more convincingly so, with 11 million more votes. I think it was more than that. And we were expressing that, we're not happy with the fact that, you're not, he's not going to be president again. But many of us already knew, because we follow 17, and everybody I talked to in D.C. knew about 17, was that it's going to be the military. It's not going to be Pence stopping the electoral votes. It's not going to be the House coming to their senses. People, they are fighting for their lives. Don't be surprised that they're trying to impeach. Don't be surprised that they're doing any of this, because they understand what's on the other side of this. Now, that's if they're in control, which we don't believe they are. We believe the white hats are in control, and they're just following a script. They're just following a script. Because one of the things, and this is what I wanted to get to when I mentioned 17 looking into the future, is the other thing that 17 has seen into the future is how do we respond to this? See, they've already seen the way on different timelines how humanity reacts to what's about to be exposed. And so what I feel that they're doing is they are cushioning our fall. They are cushioning the fall of humanity when we absolutely pass out from the realization of the indoctrination of the world that we have been living in. And not only the world that we have been living in, folks, but the world that we have been financing. Hollywood movies, who buys them? Who watches them? Who supports those actors, those directors, those producers, those studios that are responsible for acts against humanity, crimes against humanity? Who listens to the music that is produced by these Capitol Records and Sony, and who control, by the way, these musicians, these talented individuals, some talented, some not so much, but propped up by these studios, these labels. Who buys that music? Who listens to that music? You and I. Who gets together for an Oscar party? Okay, who reveres Hollywood? Who comes to Hollywood so they can tour and see the maps of the stars and find out where they live and get a little closer to them? You and I. NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball. Who supports that? You and I. And look what they're doing with the social justice warrior in it. Okay? The politicians, who elects them? Who donates to them? You and I. The lobbyists, who allows that to happen? Who allows the FDA to go into the private sector and vice versa, like a revolving door, okay, of corruption? Who allows that? You and I. So there's going to be an awakening like we've never seen before, but there's also going to be a realization that we have financed this entire operation. We have financed our own demise. And we're going to have to forgive each other, and we're going to have to forgive ourselves when it comes down to it. But it's going to be glorious once we do. Once we get on the other side of this, it's going to be fantastic. Good to see you all. I just wanted to do a little short monologue there and get right into some things. I really want to go to you guys. Jason, I saw you say earlier that I'm your go-to along with Scott McKay and X22, and I just want to say that I'm honored to be included with those two as a good source of information, and happy to be here with you all. Yeah, disappointment will be huge. Execution is the only way. Well, Denise and Mike, that's definitely the direction we're headed in it, because we are a, I don't know. And it's, I don't know if that's the way, but I understand that's the way it's probably going to go. And by the way, that's the way the laws have been written. So that would be following the law if we did that. Yeah, I get it. And I get the anger, folks. I get the anger of wanting to just get rid of them. And I'm with you. I go back and forth. Okay. PL Witt 3572. Hi, Snedheads from Peter and McHenry, Illinois. Coat check Dave X22 and we know LT. Yeah, two very good. And we know that's an awesome one. LT's awesome. But Dave, since when did the military care about our feelings? I don't understand that, Lisa. I want to understand you. If you could maybe word that differently. Maybe something I said that was misconstrued, or maybe I'm misconstruing what you're saying. Mary, Dave, I followed you before I followed others. You have wonderful content. Thank you, Mary. Good to have you here. Dave, Q Frogman had a great thread today. Mentioned Brandon Straka and Q Drop. Okay, we'll go there, Mutzi. Thank you. Let's see. Hello, Sned family. Hi, Kalia. Unbelievable information, Colleen. I'll check that out later. And that is, let's see. And guys, Jason, absolutely, Dave, you're definitely my number one. Thank you, brother. That's awesome. Wow, that's very cool. Hey peeps, we have 700 KJ, 700 watching and only 190 likes. Please like and share. So folks, let me, I appreciate that KJ, because, so that's how we grow. Now, please understand, guys, that I've been kicked off Facebook from live streaming 3 different platforms, the IndoctriNATION, David Snedeker, and I've been kicked off of YouTube. We're on our 3rd strike on YouTube, the IndoctriNATION, and we also have YouTube, Dave Sned. So please, guys, you know how to do that. If you would, just like at the bottom. And I tell you what, a lot of times I'll watch LT or I'll watch X22 on my TV, and there's not an opportunity to like, right? Because I'm doing it through my, Apple TV or whatever. So maybe you could go on your phone and just pull us up and like it there, okay? So I wanted to give you that option, because I do that sometimes too, because you can't do it on your TV. So, folks, we have, looks like I'm not getting any data from D Live, guys. But I think you're over in D Live, right? Father Schwab, we got some D Live going. Okay, good to see. Let's see. Robin says, I believe JFK Jr. is alive, plus some others who supposedly died of overdoses. Just my opinion. Robin, I would like to think so as well. I mean, I really wish for that. And I really wish for a lot of, there have been a lot of people, I hope Seth Rich is alive. I hope that, that Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell and, Bourdain, and, if Bourdain was a good guy, which, I think he was, because they were trying to take him out, or they did take him out. So these are all, people that just have done incredible things. Andrew Schwartz, who created the RSS feed, there's so many that are dead. How about all the holistic doctors, guys? Come on, these holistic doctors that were showing that they were putting cancer-causing ingredients in the VACCINES, and they were killing them left and right because they had proof. And they're killing these doctors. So I hope that, because 17 has figured out this travel, this time travel, this timeline business, I hope that that we are going to see a lot. Love you, Dave. No homo. Zuck Markerberg. Thank you, brother. Brick to your face. Dave, you woke me up. 100%. Brick to your face. Thank you. That's hilarious. Hey, let's see. Okay. Rose or Apollo. Nobody talks about the ET presence, and this is a battle for planet Earth, not just the surface. And why does everybody keep darting that they need to disclose? I missed that because it went away from me. Yeah, I mean, this is a battle for planet Earth, no question about it. And the Dr. Sebi, yeah, Rhonda, yeah, Cappy, yeah, Mallory, yeah, guys, who do you want to see, alive? I mean, like, Bourdain had dinner with Obama. Do you think he mentioned his feelings to Obama? That's a good question. I don't know, where he turned off the road, but I think he was on the road because even his excuse me, his wife is very deep into it. Kobe Bryant, guys, a year ago, Kobe Bryant died, and you know, God rest his soul, and his daughter. Just absolutely tragic, and the other families that were on that helicopter, and I hope whatever happened there comes out. Seth Rich was killed, but was not supposed to be. He fought back, and the gun went off. Colleen, you have more information than I have, and there's not a lot of people that know more about Seth Rich than I do. I don't think, unless you saw the camera, like a camera on that. Impeachment is officially dead on arrival as majority of GOP voters like Patriot Party. Yeah, Glenn. Yeah, absolutely. It's done. DLive is down and Twitch can't comment, of course. Damn it. Sorry about that, guys. DLive, it looks like DLive is online, but we only have 49 people, which is very rare that we'll ever have that few. We have almost 800 on YouTube, 730 on the other YouTube, and 700 on Twitch. So, guys, if you're having problems on DLive, obviously, you're welcome to go over to Dave Sned YouTube or the IndoctriNATION YouTube. So, folks, let's get into some things. Well, let me see. The good news is that, in terms of like actual surface things that are being overturned, that the federal judge blocked the Biden, deportation freeze. There's something that's important to understand here, and that is that President Trump is he has done things by the book. Like, he has done things legally. And when you're in the right, there's no reason to break the law. There's no reason to go against legal means and be illegal. And so what the left is doing with their posturing is they're breaking the law. Well, we have immigration laws on the books in this country. And so the deportation, the Texas AG challenged it, and the judge blocked it. The judge blocked it. It's not going to happen, and thank God for that, because we need to have real laws that are respected in this country. So, this is a federal judge that temporarily blocked this, and it's going to be, they're going to be on an uphill climb if they expect to take us out with these ridiculous posturing. Okay, folks, what do you want to? Yeah, so Bourdain supposedly saw Schiff coming out of the hotel and dragged from raping and killing somebody. We don't quite know who. The blunt button comms, your newly awake husband came up with those. Could you drop that again to me? I missed that. Dave Sned, January 27th, 3:05, possibly marker 2, convert to military time, drop 15:05, then 5:05, then 5. Pretty interesting. Kurt, so are we talking about the Delta, Kurt, on that? Happy to go into some deltas, but and haven't done it today, by the way, guys. Been very busy, crazy day trying to get my phone working, and just very, very frustrating day overall, and not much time being able to spend. So I'm going to rely on you guys for a lot tonight. Let's see. Let me get you. All right, let me get a couple things. Hi, Lucinda, you're welcome. Thank you. You could feel Cappy's pain when you talked about it. Yep. Yeah, Bourdain, Beth, he had no reason to kill himself. The guy was living the life of Riley. I mean, it's unbelievable. Let's see. Kayleigh McEnany is going to be an anchor on Fox. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Think about it, guys. Do you really think Kayleigh McEnany has to be on Fox? Kayleigh could do what I'm doing right now, and she would probably get more viewers than she would get on Fox. Why does she need Fox? She's got enough money that she could do what I do. I did this on a shoestring. I still do it on a shoestring. And she's got the kind of money, and she would be able to get the investors to start her own channel. Why would you go? Think about this, okay? Let's say Fox asked me to be an anchor. No. No. First of all, they'll never ask me. Second of all, if they did, I'd tell them to go fuck themselves, because they have promoted war, they have promoted the Bushes, they have promoted, they have promoted the lies about 9/11. They continue to promote the false narrative about JFK, Jr. JFK assassination. They are controlled opposition at best. At best, they are controlled opposition. And do they do some good things? Are there some reporters that are challenging some of the things about the election and so forth? Yes. But when it all comes down to it, they are controlled opposition. And they can't talk about the things I talk about here. Yeah. Let's see. Can I discuss detention camps, Karen? Okay, hold on. 1 button on top, then 6 on the bottom, then 3. Damn it, I missed it again. I'm sorry. The button comms. I missed the button comms. So here's the thing. The detention camps, like, first of all, they're trying to talk COVID to get us into camps. Okay, here they are. All right, Renee, thank you. Blunt button comms. This is, guys, I'll show you here in a second. 1 button on top, then 6 on the bottom, and then 3 on the top and 4 on the bottom. 1, 6, and 3/4, very significant dates. Okay, 1/6 was the Capitol, right? The insurrection, as they call it. Meanwhile, projection, hello, table for, all, thousands in DC. And 3/4 are very significant dates. Renee, I like that. And I think I still might have this up. Nope, I don't. I took it down, but let me get to that, because that's I love this kind of stuff. Roy Blunt's wife. Here we go. All right, now here's one. And here's the other. So let me go to these two. Let me see. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, this is a bad copy. Let me see if I can get a better copy. Okay. Well, this will tell you enough. Okay. So let me show you this. Okay. Now, hold on. Why does that keep doing that? I've got my system is doing some weird things today. All right, folks. So this is the video of Roy Blunt. Now it looked like he was being arrested, right? And so doesn't make any sense. She's holding him and he's got his hands behind him. Now this is a horrible picture, but you saw it last night. It looked like his hands were behind his back, like they were cuffed, and she's carrying this. Now I've got to do another one because this is a horrible copy. All right, let me do another one here, and But let's go to after they walk out. Okay, let me show you that. Okay, after they walk out is this, and there is 3 and then 4. Okay, and the button missing there. So there's 3, 4. Now what's 3, 4, guys? Okay. When was George Washington inaugurated? Okay. Let's see, April 30th. Maybe it came later. But the Republic presidents, when were presidents inaugurated? And let me see. I'll take you to that. Okay. Inauguration day, presidential inauguration dates, Washington to Biden. Okay. The first was George Washington. That was kind of like, okay, we're just still figuring this out. And then after that, his second term was 3, 4. After that, all of them were inaugurated on 3, 4. Okay. Now, Tyler was inaugurated on 4, 6 because he replaced William Henry Harrison, who died in office. But so that's when, you know, they would replace them, right? So look at all 3, 4, 3, 4, okay? And then when did it change? Okay, it changed after during FDR, okay, 33. After that, they went to 120, okay? So here we have 3, 4. Now, again, remember, the reason why we're even entertaining this, right, is because it is so obvious that they are showing us these messages, okay, with the inauguration and with other things, because they're trying to let us know, the people that are paying attention, they're trying to let us know, listen, patriots are in control. That's all. They're telling us that patriots are in control. And are they telling us other things as well? Okay? And let's take a look at this. Now, here's a better one. Here she comes. Okay? Let's take a look at this. And there she's, okay, 1 button, no button, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think that goes all the way down. So 1, 6, that was the certification of Biden. Yes, Renee, thank you. The certification, and also the siege on the Capitol, which, if you consider a siege, imagine back in the day, folks, when you would siege you would storm the castle, right? But imagine they actually, you get there and they let the what do you call it, the door come down, the drawbridge or whatever, come down over the moat and let you in. Okay, that's what happened on the Capitol. So 3, 6 was Biden's certification. 3, 4 is President Trump's inauguration as the 19th president of the Republic after Grant. Renee, I love it. Tell your husband, awesome job. Folks, I tell you something. Remember I just said, if you're late to the game and you're just awakening, you're right on time. Because here's the thing. If you're just awakening, you have fresh eyes. So like you're like, whoa, what's going on? What's this? What's that? What's this? And it's picking up stuff like that. Okay? So I love it. Okay? Because they're using these people to send messages. We already showed you the video that was just absolutely absurd of the inauguration, and how that it was definitely shot with one camera. If you have not seen that, please check out last night's show, and you will see that, okay? It looked like Roy was arrested, but I think it was They're just being read a script, folks. They're forcing them to read a script. Okay, yeah. VDLA. Let's go to 3-4. Okay, let's go to 3-4, and go to 34. And this is 34 is a great one, guys, because it'll pump you up, right? It'll pump you up. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On POTUS's order, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur at 11/3 upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta, actionable 11/4. Now, these are the kind of dates that 17 threw around early on that made people say, well, he's full of shit. He's not, that didn't happen. And he said it would be, so every November we thought, okay, well, maybe it's going to be this November, and maybe it happened, but we weren't told about it. But confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. We just discussed that. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS's order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted in full. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. We will be initiating the Emergency Broadcast System, EMS, during this time in an effort to provide a direct message avoiding the fake news to all citizens. Organizations and or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. And we always also drop down to 4. We dropped the 3 and 4. We've been to that many times in the past week. And I'm just going to read the last line. Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show. I don't know how many times we got to hear that. And let me tell you this. Let me say this. When you understand, Tucker's going to talk about 17, but Tucker's not going to really talk about 17 the way we do. And Tucker's also not going to talk about 9/11. He's not going to talk about all that stuff because he's not allowed. And the moment he does, he needs to apologize to us all. Okay? He needs to apologize to all of us for the indoctrination that he has been a part of with Fox News for this entire time. So don't sell me on Tucker Carlson. Don't sell me on Sean Hannity, okay? Okay, don't sell me on Lou Dobbs. Now, are these guys doing some good work? Yes. Are they part of the system that has enslaved and manipulated and lied to us? Absolutely. Absolutely. And they're making millions. And they're living a life of leisure, lying to you and me. A lie of omission is still a lie. If you don't tell somebody about something that you know about, that's called a lie of omission and is just as bad as telling a lie, right to your face. Because they didn't tell you something they knew about. And trust me, they all know about it. They all know 9/11 was an inside job. They all know that planes didn't fly into those buildings. They actually used the video footage that they were given by the people that controlled that entire operation. They ran with it. They snuffed stories of eyewitnesses, people who are dead now because of the things they inhaled on that morning. They are dead now, and Fox News was a part of that fucking cover-up. So don't come to me and tell me that Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity are patriots. Fuck them. Excuse my language, folks, but they've been lying to us for decades. And until you see that, you're going to be sucked in by another charlatan that's going to sit up there and look all pretty and pretend like they give a shit about you and tell you a few things that you want to hear so they get your viewership, and not tell you about the things that they should tell you about. This is real. This is like real revolution. And let me tell you something. Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity are not a part of the real revolution until they step up and they apologize for deceiving the American population and the world population, and they admit that they were a part of cover-ups of multiple things, including pushing us into war. And by the way, that goes into the world of leadership. I'm talking about you want to talk about your pastors. You want to talk about that don't say the words I say. So you want to go listen to them? Yeah, how many of them told you that we should go to war against Iraq? How many of them told you that we should go into Afghanistan? How many of them told you that we've got to stop these terrorists that took down those buildings? The terrorists are still in control until Donald Trump came along. These people are frauds until they come up and they admit that they lied to us. And by the way, coming out and saying, yeah, I didn't know. Yep, that's your job to know. You've got enough listeners. It's your job to know so that you can tell your listeners what to look out for and what to be aware of. That's your job. As the people watching you think it's your job, but it's really not. What your job is to read a teleprompted script that has been approved by the people that pay your bills. And if you really gave a shit about the people you're talking to, you'd stop cutting away to commercials of products that are killing us. You'd stop cutting away to banks and cutting away to big agriculture and big pharma. How many, guys, on Tucker Carlson, how many pharmaceutical ads are you going to see? And he's going to tell you the truth about Western medicine and how it's killing more people than almost anything else in our country? Come on, people. We got to go to another level here. We got to go to another level. This isn't about, oh yeah, I watched Tucker and Hannity and Dave. No. If that's your thing, go watch them. Go watch them. Go ahead. I'm not here to try to get you to listen to me. Trust me. Not. They are. That's why they're telling you what you want to hear. And if you want, part of our problem, the reason we're in this situation we're in to begin with, is because we want to elect people that tell us what we want to hear. We want to elect people that tell us what we want to hear because it's our stupid ego that wants us to feel all warm and fuzzy. And then finally Donald Trump comes along and starts talking to us like he should. Like we were starving for that kind of honesty, that kind of brashness. But we can't be starved for that kind of brashness and still plug in to the indoctrination, the system that put us in this situation to begin with. Going back to this 34 drop, let's go to 616. And Todd, Cindy, go ahead and call in when it's convenient for you. And we'll go to 616. No need to have anything special in your pocket. I just want to hang with you. And 616, I went there because of the mirrored timestamp, but 616, at Jack ain't in cuffs yet and still trying to control the narrative. Too bad he was taking money and profiting from people tied to the executive order. Goodbye, at Jack. This came from outside of Twitter. 17, submission complete, meaning that it wasn't complete until 17 put it in front of the millions that follow him, right? And that profiting from people tied to the executive order, that's the executive order 1221 that Trump put out there and said, if you're involved in human trafficking, we're going to take your property. We're going to take your money away. We're going to take your money away. Joe MC, thank you for your voice, Dave. I wake up at 4 a.m. to listen to you all, have to say, and it's great. It's 4:30 a.m. here at Monaco time. Joe, I'm so glad you're with us. Monaco's a beautiful place, man. I've been there. Been to the Grand Casino there, and the Tux too. Eclectic Dawn Gray, preaching truth, Dave. Thank you. Yeah, how you gonna let 100,000 migrants in CV? It's crazy. Let's see. Joe M. No, I love Joe M. Patty, if you're asking me. Thank you, Dexter. Thank you, Dave J, for being real, not just a talking head. Thank you, brother. Hey, let's say hello to this fine couple calling from Springfield, Illinois. We got some Patriot Mama and Tesla in the house. Patriot Mama, you are live because we got disconnected. That would have been pretty cool though if I had nailed that like that.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello, Patriot Mama. What's happening?
Hey. Hello,
You sound-
all the snetheads.
Are you doing okay? You sound like you're struggling a bit.
I am. I haven't been feeling the best. I guess it's ascension symptoms. I don't know, but
Yeah.
fighting something off in the stomach.
I'm sorry to hear that. You taking your silver? Your
Yeah, actually, we need to order some more of that from Miss Jasmine.
Oh, by the way, I was with her 2 nights ago, and I said I'm buying you guys a bottle. So she sent it.
Wow. Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, because she said she thought you'd probably be.
We take it daily, religiously, both of us and the kids.
Awesome stuff, guys. Listen,
It really is. It's amazing.
Yeah. What we're talking about here, folks, is if you go to theindoctrination.com and you go to market and you scroll down past, these are, by the way, if you want to, get into some good stuff here, folks, I only do good stuff. La Vita Bella oil, olive oil, Julie Harris soap. And here's the Saint Solutions right here. She's Snedhead, and she and her father make this fantastic COLLOIDAL silver that I take daily, Todd and Cindy take daily. It's amazing for you. If you don't know about it, look it up. But reach out to Jasmine. And by the way, her father, the process that he goes through, and I know her father well. I used to live with him for a bit, and he's a good friend. And the process that he goes through to make this silver water is amazing. I'm talking about blessing the water. I'm talking about praying over it. I'm talking about the crystals used, the structuring of the water. It's magic, folks. I'm telling you. Please check this out. Saint Solutions. You can reach out. Just click find out more, and you'll go to their website and just let Jazz know you're a Snedhead. She'll take care of you because she is awesome.
Yeah, we can attest to that. You can use it in your ears, your nose, your eyes. We usually do it in our mouths, but one time when I was having a sinus infection and was completely congested, clogged up in the nose.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing was helping. Nothing. Tried everything, inhalers, everything, and I decided to do the couple drops of the silver. And by the next morning, I could breathe again. It was like, whoa, this is wonderful. So
Yeah.
yeah, it was. I don't endorse anything unless I've tried it myself and
Yeah.
can truly give a good testimony to it, and
Yeah.
it definitely works. It's worth it, that's for sure. So
Yeah. And it's I discovered the silver when, and it wasn't hers yet because they didn't do it until later. But it was my daughter had an ear infection, and they couldn't really do anything for it other than antibiotics after the fact. And I said, well, this never should have happened to begin with. And so I researched, and a couple drops of the silver solution in your ears, and it kills the bacterial infection. I'm not allowed to say that actually. So it helps your body to kill the bacterial infection. That's what I
right.
meant. That's what I meant to say.
That's what you meant to say.
Yes.
That's something
Yeah.
that maybe sometimes we could go back and, because I'm sure we've got a lot of new newbies listening,
Yeah.
and welcome newbies, and maybe we could go
Yeah.
back and do the solutions show or something like that,
That's a great
especially the
idea.
one where you showed the videos about the water and with the positive, the energy and everything versus when
Oh
it's
yeah.
negative, the
Emoto's work.
structure.
Emoto's
Yeah,
work. Yeah. It's
yeah.
amazing stuff.
We'll have to do
And
that sometime.
yeah, let's support Jasmine Ann. Thank you. She's fantastic. And by the way, that's a great point, Cindy. And I think we've gotten away from like supporting our show and our products and our commercials because we get into it. And unlike other channels, they're going to do a commercial every 5 minutes or whatever. I don't know what it is, every 10 minutes. But we've kind of gotten away from that. And we really need to get back into it because we could use some support right now. So we'll get back into some of the solutions, and also we're helping Snedheads, fellow warriors in the fight. Um,
Yeah, the Levita Bella oils are wonderful that
oh
Jenna
yeah,
Heck
yep,
does.
yep.
Todd uses that religiously on the rotisserie nachos or eggs, sandwiches, pretty much anything he likes to use the hot sauce on.
By the way, I'm so pissed because I was looking for my hot sauce. The girls have left, and they put it somewhere, and I haven't been able to find it. And every time I talk to them, I forget to ask them. So I'm
Uh-huh.
like, I've been looking. So this is La Vita Bella, guys. This is Jana. Just use Snedheads. No quotes to let them know I sent you. But this is single mom. Snedhead, been listening a long time. Does all organic ingredients from Italy. Just fantastic, really, really good stuff. And then Julie Harris does these amazing soaps. Yeah, so it's all good. And then of course the Healy and Purium. You ought to check those out, guys. This Purium is changing my life in terms of, and so is the Healy. By the way, are
Mhm.
you doing your Healy?
I am,
Okay,
and
all right.
I bumped it up, but I have noticed a difference.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yep.
That's going to do
Yep.
wonders for your beautiful
We'll have
brain.
to, we really should do a show on all that because that's a lot of part of what we're going to be looking at with the Ascension too. I'm sure that
Yep.
there's a lot of people that are kind of wondering on that end too once we get past all this
Yeah.
craziness with what's going on in DC and everything. But
Yeah.
it's all going to be part of the awakening. There's
Yep.
several steps to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Venus and said, is that wine or is that olive oil? It's olive oil, and she also has hot sauce, but the hot sauce isn't in the picture. But it's the hot sauce is really
Yeah, she
fantastic.
does a wonderful job at packaging too.
Yeah.
She sent us some, and it was real pretty blue and purple. The hand dip wax bottles, and um, I think I've told you this before, Dave, that I
Yeah.
don't like balsamic vinegar. Have never liked it until I tried
Yeah.
hers, and it was like, oh my God, this doesn't even taste like anything I've ever had in my life.
It was
So
really, yeah, it's really amazing.
yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
So, yeah, guys, everything that we have on the website is we use. so we're not. We
Oh
definitely
yeah,
use it. Yeah.
yeah.
Um, so and good to hear your voice. And Todd, good to hear your voice, brother. How you doing?
Hey, I haven't said anything. What are you talking about?
I heard you mumbling back there.
I'm doing great. Actually
Awesome.
vibing really high. I think the
Awesome.
break is helping
Good. Good. Did you
because
break?
I'm seeing things as more on the comical side as opposed to the scary or worry side.
Right. Right.
And once you get to there, it's just it's you can handle and tolerate things a lot easier when you're laughing at it.
So, I'm glad you mentioned that because I kind of didn't finish my thought. Imagine, I always finish my thoughts. So
Yeah, yeah, Mr. Organization, Mr. Stay on track.
Mr. Mr. Uh, Mr. Tangent. Remember, my logo was going to be those mirrors, and I was just going to be like with my sunglasses on, tanning in the sun. Tangent. Um, but
Oh,
but what I was going to say is that even when it feels like we're out of control, like for example the inauguration, right? Like it feels like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. Where are the arrests? Why aren't they getting arrested? And then we look back on it. Well, we saw it right away, but there are things there that we didn't see right away, right? And we're looking at it, it's like, oh my God, they're basically telling us we've got this. This is a joke. This is a show. It's
yep,
not even a good show because no director would ever allow that continuity to be so askew. So even when it feels like we're out of control because all this stuff is happening and we feel like, well, why are they allowing it to happen? They send us a message. How about that button com? Wasn't that cool?
yeah, yeah, that's cool.
That's
There's
really
just
good
so
stuff.
many, it's just if they make it so that if you missed one, you catch another.
Right, right.
It's almost like the drops and how I
Hmm.
do my.
Oh man, I think we lost him. Hey, uh, wait a minute. I got a couple things. One, Fishing Patriot 270. I've been welding all night after work tonight. My fishing partner came by and I had to reflect with him that we are totally in control. Patriots are in control. That's awesome, man. How cool is it, by the way, to be able to sit across from somebody like I did with Jasmine the other night and just be able to talk about stuff that we know to be true and not be judged and not be challenged and not have to fight and not have to. And that's what I love about our community here. Um, Trump's at the Winter White House, Oval Office permanently closed. Starsky, yeah, right? Like yesterday was closed. Did anybody call today? Is it still closed? Um, let's see. Starbeam, please hit thumbs up for Dave. That counts too. Let's get up to 1,000. Woohoo, team. Thank you. Thank you, Starbeam. I appreciate that. Yes, please hit the like button. That makes a big difference, guys, because I'm being censored. We are being throttled. We are being, what do you call it? Shadow banned. Please, when you hit like all the like buttons, that makes a huge difference. Um, Donna says they have scared people away from the sun to keep you sick. Absolutely, Donna. And by the way, look at the products that they're selling. The sun doesn't give you skin cancer as much as the products they're selling give you skin cancer. They're literally the products that they sell that you put on your bodies. Guys, don't put anything on your body that you wouldn't put in your mouth, please, because your skin is your largest organ and it absorbs everything. So it's not okay to put like crap on your skin and then not expect to have cancer. And that's what's going. We need the sun. We need it in doses. Um, let's see. I know you guys are telling me to check stuff, and we'll get to it. Um,
They
Okay, I
don't
see this,
like me.
Lori.
They don't like me to talk.
Dude, what is up, man?
I don't know. This is really weird. Maybe I'm vibing too high, because
Uh-huh.
they don't want that.
No,
And I
no.
mean, I'm
No, you're
vibing
absolutely
so
right.
high.
Dude,
I'm
I feel
vibing
you.
so high that I mean, it's almost uncontrollable.
Awesome. Awesome.
So, that's what they're trying to do to the population because the
Mm-hmm.
evil can't exist in above 3D. So they're trying to
Right.
imagine claw you back into their evil, fear and I don't know what's going on and all of that. That's where they exist when they
Yes.
can keep you in that. So when you're vibing high and you're feeling good and everything's going great, um,
Yeah.
they can't vibe with you, so they try to drag you down,
Yes.
and that's all part of
Absolutely.
the ascension that we're missing as a group.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's so I'm trying to get this out to everybody because I feel like there's way more to this than just, oh, Trump's going to be president and our country's going to come back around. There's a lot more on the spiritual side and the ascension side. um, the spiritual for sure
Yeah.
is really strong right now, and it's a spiritual battle. And like I said, if they can't exist in over 3D, then they're trying to just, it's almost like the arm reaching out of the grave, grabbing you by the leg and trying to pull you back in.
Yeah.
So you can't let them.
Yep.
You got to vibe
Exactly.
high.
Exactly.
And the
Speaking of
more that
vibing,
you can, we're at a point where I believe you can actually, when you envision something good happening in your life and you envision what you want your life to be, you have the power to make it happen. And we're finding that that's possible and that's true. And if once you find that power, then they've lost no matter what happens with Trump, no matter what happens with the
yep.
country.
Speaking of vibe and high, check this out. Lori shared this here, and it's on TikTok here. And let me blow it up here for us. We've got I don't know much about it, but it looks really cool.
Woo! Hell yeah!
God damn, that's a lot too.
Oh yeah, somebody's about to be sad.
Look at this. I don't know where this is. I'm hoping we're gonna find
I
out.
always America! Fuck the Taliban!
Look at this.
It looks like it says 5-5, Dave.
Hell yeah!
It does.
Someone's gonna have a
5-5.
bad fucking
Why would
day.
they curl it like that? Wow.
Woo!
That's amazing. Those things are like moving.
Hell yeah!
God
Wow.
damn, that's a lot too.
Oh yeah, somebody's about to be sad.
Look at this. Wow.
Glad you have your phone, because I always
Now, where is that? Okay, you know what? This looks like it's overseas somewhere in like a green zone. Maybe Iraq, maybe Afghanistan. Okay, it looks like it's a protected green zone with nothing for looks here.
America! Fuck the Taliban!
But obviously, U.S. forces as he's yelling America. But that is too cool for school. Lori, thank you for sharing that. Lori, any information you can drop on knowledge of this? This is Justin Cunningham 34 on, and it says someone is about to have a very bad day. Bad day, military boom, and yeah, that's very cool. I'm gonna
Yeah, that looks
see.
like those hypersonic missiles that Trump was talking about.
Uh-huh.
And the other thing, a lot of drops were omitting the second I in missile, and
Yes,
that's always
yes.
been kind of a thing that I've been looking to try to find where that I attaches.
Uh-huh.
So that's kind of one of those. It's one of those missing pieces in the puzzle that when you're doing a puzzle, you're like, God, this should be easy, but you can't figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's one of them.
So, hey, excuse me. I just posted that on Facebook, guys. If you want to go see it there and share that. Let me pull up. People are telling me to go to Frogman on Telegram. So Todd, I love it that you're vibing, brother, and we've got to. I mean, folks, that's where we need to be. I mean, we can't be caught up in this 3D, crap that they're trying to bring us into, and that's what the mainstream media is meant to do, is to bring us down into the 3D.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they've been doing with the poisons and the drugs and the everything. It's trying to keep us out of where, I feel I'm going. I mean,
right.
You feel like you break out of it, and there you have that peace of calm that I had, back in the summer when I was like, well, this is good, and you had it, and then you get into this little bit of a rough patch here, but you still fall back on all the knowledge that you've had and accumulated on, throughout the course of this journey. So I never lost all of I bring the information with me. I don't forget all the information just because of one event. I kind of look into the event a little deeper, and then every time it comes out that, oh yeah, that that inauguration was a bunch of crap,
right?
And so you got to stay out of that fear. That's the whole thing. That's once we break the fear chain, then we all ascend and they don't. And so there will be that division that we want. The separation between good and evil, not our division.
Right. Yeah.
And that's why I don't argue with people. I quit. I don't argue with people anymore. If they want to come along on the journey, that's good. If they're not ready for it, maybe they'll be ready for it later. But you've got to kind of take a stock in your own inventory of yourself. And this is a self journey, for all of us. No matter what your family's going through, no matter how they feel, that's their thing. And this is an individual thing. This is where we all decide to, we make a decision, conscious decision to either ascend or not, What are you going to
do? Lynn says, I am calm all the time. I get mad at my family, then I am good. Amen. Break fear, break free. LSD QAnon. Todd, what was most impressive about Lynn Wood the other day when he was on that call with all those people that were literally, slandering him and willing to make decisions based on rhetoric, based on public opinion, that would directly besmirch his name. And he was calm as a cucumber.
Exactly.
Why? Why was he so calm?
Well,
because he knows he's right. Go ahead.
There's that old saying, when you have the facts, you pound the facts, and when you don't have the facts, you pound the table. There's a saying that goes along with that. It's kind of an attorney thing. It's when you have the facts to rely back on. That's where I feel like I am. I'm in such a basis of facts that I don't care what anybody thinks. They can think I'm crazy, and they can think, whatever they think. It doesn't matter, because I've already made the deal with myself that, this is where I'm going, and this is my journey. Come along if you want. If not, maybe later you'll come along.
Yep. Right. Right. And really understanding that that everyone has a different evolution. Everyone has a different process and a different timeline. And, part of our frustration, yes, Julie, I'll look that up. Part of our frustration with this whole thing is really our ego, because we're wanting to, we're wanting the people in our life to be on our timeline. We want them to change when we want them to change. We want them to change the way we want them to change when we want them to change, right? And this is it's very
Right, because I mean, a timeline. Just think of what it says. It's a time. It's a
yeah,
line of time.
yeah,
So they're not where you are on your timeline. So
right,
if they're behind you on the timeline, you can't catch them up. They have to go through
yeah,
the process.
yeah,
And so just put it in your put it in your own head that you're just
yeah.
ahead on the timeline, and it's okay. I mean,
So Todd, real interesting that this just happened recently. Frogman basically re-telegrammed a statement from General Charles A. Flynn, okay, who is a general and also the youngest brother of Michael Flynn,
yep.
and I believe he's a lieutenant, and he has a telegram, General Charles A. Flynn. Now, we went down this road with Heighton, okay, before, and I made the mistake of recommending you guys go check out Heighton's, and then we found out that it was fraudulent. So, I apologized for that and also gave you a heads up as soon as I found out. But here is General Charles A. Flynn, his account on Telegram. And folks, I don't know if you've confirmed that this is him, but he said, "I just ordered the arrest of Jack Dorsey. The best is yet to come." Now, as we know, Jack Dorsey is at Jack, which we just read on the Q drop. We were just led to this by the 34 button, and then going to 616, which was the mirrored timestamp on the 34. And at Jack ain't in cuffs yet and still trying to control the narrative. Too bad he was taking money and profiting from people tied to the executive order. And so, and then we see this from Charles Flynn. Now, the thing that makes me feel that this is legit is that Frogman retweeted or re-telegrammed. I don't know what you call that. I just ordered the rest of Jack Dorsey. The best is yet to come. So,
Yeah,
and now,
I proceed with high caution on all these accounts
yeah,
because
yeah,
why would he have to announce it to us is my only question.
exactly. Unless they've already done it, because
Right.
otherwise, you're just giving them a heads up. I want, the only part I like about that is that they're all nervous because they don't know when it's going to happen, right?
Right.
Yeah, he was put in head of the Army Pacific. That was yes, that's his brother Charles Flynn. But yeah, not verified, right? Okay.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's all things that we want to see and hear, but until I see and hear it, verified over multiple platforms and
Yeah.
whatever. I mean, I just kind of I'm kind of going along and I'm looking at things very closely, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm not reacting to things as they happen.
Yeah.
I don't knee jerk anymore because really I know it's going to happen anyway. So
Yeah.
why?
Yeah.
It's just part of the knowing it's going to happen. Why do we have to be there now, or why does he have to say it? And how
Yeah.
can I verify him or Frogman? Even though Frogman's been putting out great stuff, I don't know
Mm-hmm.
who that is. And so
Yeah.
it's just kind of I'm enjoying the show, watching everything, and
Yeah.
kind of looking at everything, taking it all with a grain of salt. I mean, it's just it's just the easiest way to do it right now because if you react to everything, you're going to be like a ping pong ball.
Yes.
It'll be
Yeah.
like, oh, that was real. Oh, no, that was wrong. Oh, that's been debunked. Oh, that's real. It's
Yeah.
just it's hard to be in that position.
Yes. Also, I wanted to remind everybody that that last night we did a dive on not a dive, but we got into the fact that there was an advertisement for false flag. I'm sorry for shit. I can't believe I said that. Um, I did not mean to say that, Mr. YouTube. Please do not strike me down, for I will grow stronger. But at any rate, that there was an advertisement for actors for Las Vegas for the 26th, which is today, the 28th, and the 30th. And this post from Frogman 5326 was 538, 17 drop. Beware of major false flag attempts this week. Now this was obviously 1/14/2018, but there was something that took Frogman here, and I'm not seeing why, but Todd and I end up in these places. Know your surroundings. Change of news cycle will be needed. Ability to attack limited. ISIS on life support. Tactics shift to threats and hostages to obtain rogue ops. Silence 187, that's a assassination. No risk, no capture, dead on arrival. Silence Las Vegas, question mark. Silence Las Vegas witnesses. Folks, people were killed because of that. I didn't go live with video I had with a eyewitness because people were getting killed. Okay, and I met her at a nightclub and interviewed her, and I still have it. I'll play it. But people were getting killed. The witnesses from Las Vegas, because I met her that week. Silence Las Vegas FBI. Silence will not last forever. Trust. Seen the term and SBLV repeatedly through today to share. Stay vigilant, anons. Okay? So this is, SB is Super Bowl. Okay? And I want to go to, again, this is Frogman on Telegram. And I want to go to, let me pull up, excuse me. Okay, but let me go to Gematria and Super Bowl in Gematria, okay, is Biden-Harris, pure evil. Jesus is Lucifer. Lucifer is Jesus, interesting. Jonathan Norman Hughes, the origin of O-negative blood. Interesting, because Wuzzy mentioned that last night, being, reminding us that was the blood of Jesus's bloodline. Creativity, I Love Lucy. Distributed ledger technology, the sword of Ha Adonai. December 31st, Barak, Yeshua. I don't know how to say that. No Way Back. Stay alert, my son. Godlike production, Satan's inner circle. Let me go down to English. God, December 7th. That's a day that will live in infamy. William Gates, John F. Kennedy, Chadwick Boseman, who died. How did Chadwick Boseman die? Isn't he the guy who starred as Black Panther? And didn't he die? Do you guys know? The Chosen One, Sansi Siraj, God is Christ, Super Bowl, Prince Charles, Good Morning, Trump Pence, It is Finished, Search Zodiacs, Perseverance, Who Are You? Ripple December. So, Make America Great, Don J. Trump. Okay. By the way, so you kind of see some satanic stuff in here. We've seen that before. And I want to go to the satanic calendar and just remind everybody that the satanic rituals are January 20th to 27th is the abduction, ceremonial preparation, and holding of sacrificial victim for Candlemas. It's a sexual and blood type of a ritual, oral, anal, vaginal, human sacrifice. So it's either, rape, or human sacrifice, female or child, any age. This is what they do. It's like, okay, guys, you guys are like, oh, Christmas is coming. Let's get the Christmas tree. Let's get the the menorah for Hanukkah. Let's get the nativity scene for Christmas, and getting ready for the holidays, right? Well, this is how they do it. It's a very, very different place. And then January 29th is St. Agnes Eve, casting of spells, which they've been doing all along with this movement to try to topple this movement. So please be aware, tonight, January 28th, and January 30th, please be aware of happenings in Las Vegas. Okay? Let's just be careful. Head on a swivel. All right.
Sin City.
Yeah. Okay. So good stuff. Now back to Frogman. Todd, any particular direction you wanna go, or I know you were kind of just taking it easy, so no need to have anything in your holster. Same with you,
Well,
Cindy.
I've been following him, just looking at his stuff because whether he's a shill or not, he's dropping really good stuff.
Yeah.
And so I've been paying attention to him or her. I've also been going to Disclose TV, disclose.tv,
States has
for regular
migration.
news events, because you can't get an event. If you watched mainstream media, you wouldn't know about the blackouts and the fall of different governments.
Yeah.
They haven't even said anything on, Fox or CNN about, what's happening in Italy or Germany or, even the riots at in front of the Hague.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that? In terms of people are pissed off.
Yeah, I think those people are in actual worse positions than we are, in a way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only because they've look at we've got we have freedom somewhat in the United States. It doesn't feel like it, but we do. We still have our weapons. A lot of countries are behind the eight ball. They're not there even as far as to protecting themselves, so they're more vulnerable. So they feel like they have to do it themselves, and I think a lot of this, even though they're going to be helped out militarily, I believe, since it's a worldwide plan in a worldwide operation that we have in place, not everything's going to happen at the same time, I don't think. So,
Right.
I mean, I understand there's going to be uprisings throughout the world.
Yeah, and in what I love to see about that is that people are waking up, right? People are like, we're done with this. We're done with it. I got it.
Yeah.
I mean,
And the sheer numbers send a message.
Yes,
when you
exactly.
flood the streets, that's what they don't want to see. Unity, flooding the streets full of people. We've seen it all across the world when the patriots of each country unite.
Yeah.
You can see the terror and actually the reversal of policy many times.
Yeah.
Because they know they can't control if everybody, the few can't control the many if the many are united.
Yes.
So it's scaring the hell out of them.
Exactly. Hey, so Chadwick Boseman died of cancer. Thank you guys for that. Colon cancer, I guess. Which, by the way, very, very young man to be dying of colon cancer. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. But what a shame. But we don't know who he was, and maybe we'll find out more. But let's see. A couple things I want to make notes of as you guys are mentioning it. But I want to play this for you. This is on TikTok, and Frogman dropped it, and it looks like it's fun. So let me
States
play
has
this.
conducted an operation that killed
hold on.
Osama bin Laden.
Okay, now I can play this. I have to play this in the here.
States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin.
Okay, for some reason I still can't share this with you guys, these kind of videos. So I'm in Telegram. So I've got to figure out, or if you guys know a way that I can do that. Did I tell you guys that David Rodriguez wants to be on the broadcast? Did I mention that?
Well, Richard called earlier and mentioned it, which sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool. I don't know him. I don't know much about him, but I know that he's speaking out, and so I want to give him a voice. And also, Richard, thanks for making that happen, brother. Great work. He's been reaching out to him and asking him if he wants to be a part of it, and he got back to us and said yes. So I'm going to arrange that. Start arranging that, if not tonight, tomorrow morning. So I'm looking forward to having him on for you guys, and for us as well, obviously. And now, Todd, there's some big news that's happening right now is that Lynn Wood dropped Ashley Biden's diary, and I have not seen it yet, but
I haven't either. I gotta admit, I heard he did, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But I thought we had seen that before.
Yeah, well, we knew that they were showering, inappropriately and things like that. But I'm wondering what's new with his drop, and where did Lynn drop it? Carl says, check out the Schumann. I meant to ask you about the Schumann, Todd, coming in all fired up like you were, man. Like you alone were rocking the Schumann today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I feel great. I'm going to take a look at that real quick. I meant to do that because when you're feeling really, really good, you're hoping a lot of people are.
Right. No, I prefer other people to be miserable, Todd. That way, by contrast, I'm feeling even better.
Haha, I feel better than you.
Yeah. Nah. I feel better than you do.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Don't you wish you were vibing like me?
You can't vibe like me. I think we got a pop song there, Todd. You can't vibe like me. You can't vibe like me. I'm a doing Schumann. You are doing human. All right. I am not a rapper. So I want to read something by Linwood. I'm just going to go to his last drop here. Bar associations, judges, lawyers, and certain people in the public are attacking me for information I posted on social media about Chief Justice John Roberts and Mike Pence. By the way, he left out the S on Roberts, but I don't think it's code or anything, but could be. Roberts and Pence have not sued me for publishing false and defamatory. Hold on. I bet General McInerney could say it.
Or how about Kaylee?
Kaylee McInerney. Yeah. Folks, I am linguistically challenged. Just so you know, I think it's a disease, so you can't make fun of me.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I cannot read the Schumann resonance on the Schumann bot because it says these tweets are protected. Only confirmed followers have access to Schumann bot's tweets and complete profile. And I can't follow them because I'm in Twitmo.
Nah. I can.
That sucks. No. Oh, man. There I go. I lost my resonance.
All right. I will pull it up and I'll let you watch it with me.
Can I peek over your shoulder?
Yes, you may. But just a quick peek. No staring. So Roberts and Pence have not sued me for publishing false and defamatory statements about them. Wonder why not? Under libel law standards, as plaintiffs, they would have the evidentiary burden of proving my statements are false. Could they meet that they burden? Fair question. well, it's not an accurate question, but it is fair. Sometimes you learn as much or more from what people don't say as you do from what they say. Okay? And that's a great point, folks, because again, he is, this is what he does, and he wants them to challenge him legally, because then the burden of proof is on them. Go up Linwood's Telegram, see letter on Seth Rich. Let me see. Let me go to the Schumann, and then we'll come back to Linwood. All right, so here's the Schumann, and that I have access to.
I'm really down the dumps now.
And here we go, and away we go.
I don't need to think it's Schumann.
Schumann resonance uncensored maintenance. That's interesting. Schumann bot, 95,000 followers. The Schumann resonances. This is pinned. Let's go down to give me monies for server blocks. Okie, the bot is very broke. Promise we'll fix Pinky soon. What's going on? Okay, here's the latest. Looks pretty normal. Looks pretty normal, kind of calm, not very spiky, right?
I broke the bot.
Yeah. The evil people are pretty, like, it's almost like they're under control. Like the red are the evil of the people, right? And they look like they're kind of under control, don't they? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Good stuff. Now, going back to Lynn. Let's go back to Linwood. Before we go there, Linwood says, I hear reports that Dominion has sued Sidney Powell for defamation, claiming her statements about Dominion voting machines and the 2020 election were false. Wow, this should be interesting. Dominion may have ensnared itself. Under the law of defamation, Dominion had the burden of proving falsity, which means Dominion has to prove by admissible evidence that it did nothing wrong regarding the election and its machines. You can learn information about Dominion voting machines by watching the 2020 HBO documentary Kill Chain. Kill Chain. Have you guys seen Kill Chain? Anybody?
Nope.
Yeah. Interesting. They sued for $1.3 billion. Wow. Yeah, she's gonna have her way with them. Joe's own daughter says he took inappropriate showers with her. Read for yourself. These are English words. I'm not adding anything and feel morally compelled given that our institutions are captured and didn't do anything about Hunter Biden laptop. Grade and shaving, showing the boys my underpants. Hypersexualized at a young age. What is this due to? Was I molested? I think so. I can't remember specifics, but I do remember trauma. I remember not liking the Woolsacks house. I remember somewhat being sexualized with Caroline. I remember having sex with friends at a young age, showers with my dad, probably not appropriate, being turned on when I wasn't supposed to be. Remember what I said about this earlier, folks, is that some of these people they get it so young because the parents are so depraved, and so they really don't have a choice. They kind of fall into this world, and it's really tragic. And Lynn is just sharing the Ashley B. diary. Just read for yourself. And this is Ashley Biden. And this is a year from now, January 2020. Been sober from C and hard for a year. Working on livelihood as main job project. Living, Florida weather, but home is where my family is. Super solid single or beginning to date, find romance, not in relationship, limbo. Interesting. Yeah, Lynn said, for those understandably concerned about diaries and the like, remember, I'm not posting anything new. It's been on national file for months, and there are serious allegations of inappropriate, explicit actions from Joe, and we're not supposed to investigate it? Are you kidding me? Sort of like the FBI had proof of pedophilia on Hunter's laptop for months and didn't investigate it. Come on.
Come on, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I've read that, as uncomfortable as it was to read, I felt like I had to read it back then.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was anything new, really. What has to be new to be worse than that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was already
Yeah.
already as bad as it needed to be arrested for.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
you need more, more proof that it was that bad. It's like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Now he's also got these videos, and it's he's well. Let me just show this video. This is, we don't see who this guy is, but he says some pretty interesting stuff, and I've watched him before. Let's see what he says.
And Rod Rosenstein was waiting in this operation as well, I believe, correct?
Yes, fine. Okay. He was, for their reasons, for the legal reasons, but also to cover himself. When Seth Rich had gone in, the first time I just don't have much information on it. I was told, but not what I'd seen personally. His first contact with WikiLeaks, I just don't know. I do know that when he went to him second time and came back, WikiLeaks had directed him how to get further information.
It's very, very low, Dave.
Look here.
It's too low. I can't hear it either.
Yep.
So basically, he talks about the death of Seth Rich, and yeah. So we really don't have. Let me see. So Linwood says, wow, has anyone besides me seen the copy of the letter below purporting to describe the death of Seth Rich? Okay. Now, you guys may not see this the way I see it, but I'll read it to you. This is to Mr. Tom Fitton, who is the head of Judicial Watch, who does incredible work. He said, my name is redacted. I am retired homicide detective sergeant and current licensed private investigator in such and such. For a period of time over the last year and a half, I was an unpaid investigator assisting an independent media group in investigating the murder of Seth Rich. I am no longer involved with that group. I have continued to work with a confidential source on this case. During my investigation with this group, an individual contacted us and stated that he had information regarding those involved in the murder of Seth Rich. A series of calls were made between this individual and myself where the individual detailed the circumstances why Rich was targeted, as well as those connected to his murder. During our conversations with this individual, we were able to determine his identity, Ryan D. White, whose background included 12 years active duty in the United States Army and Special Forces and Military Intelligence, as well as 3 years in the National Guard. Previously, this source provided information and in some cases conducted undercover work, which helped the government in at least 3 major criminal investigations, one of them being the arrest of Edward Z. McLernan, a right-wing activist who was planning attacks against the Massachusetts Attorney General Coakley, a federal judge Saylor, and a member of President Obama National Security Staff Lisa Monaco. These investigations were closely supervised by Rod Rosenstein, U.S. Attorney, Baltimore. See enclosed documents. Mr. White has a previous conviction which led to his original cooperation with the government and is currently on probation. His current cooperation with this information is not tied into any promise of relief from his current sentence. I think if you give him an opportunity to relay this information, you will be impressed with his knowledge of the facts. From the time I first came into contact with White, he has never lied to me about any of the connections or facts that I have been able to corroborate. However, there are records such as phone and police records of which I have no access. This information would be needed to proceed to substantiate the information. This information comes from a personal relationship Ryan developed with members of the Baltimore-based faction of the Silk Road Task Force, of which Rod Rosenstein was the U.S. Attorney in charge of out of Baltimore. According to White's information, Rosenstein operated with corrupt members of the task force who had stolen Bitcoin during the Silk Road case, some of whom are incarcerated, Sean Bridges and Carl Force IV, as well as others who were never charged, with whom Rosenstein still maintains close personal relationships. Through my investigation, I have identified these members whom the source said were involved. They include a member of D.C. Police Department, identified as one of the first officers on the scene of the murder, Officer Robert Wingate Robinson. Now, a reminder, folks, here that, again, I'm sorry if you cannot see what I'm looking at. Let me actually see if I can pull up here. This is what I'm looking at right here, and I'm sorry you can't read it along with me. For some reason, when I blow it up, it jumps out of the screen. But I want to remind everybody that there have been multiple requests for the the lapel cameras from the police officers of D.C. Metropolitan Police, and they have not been granted. So we still have not seen the video of the first police officer on the scene of the murder of Seth Rich. Okay. And also my understanding too is that he was quite coherent on the way to the hospital, and that they were very surprised that he actually died from his gunshot wounds, because he was already coherent after the shooting. A current active drug enforcement agent, Agent Joseph Rosati, and an agent of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, Alan Boroshak and Kevin C. Doherty, former owner of Nexus Consulting Group in Alexandria, in Mr. Rich's murder. This information indicates that Rosenstein solicited the help of two trusted agents, Rosati and Boroshak, with whom he had worked closely with in the past to organize the operation to retrieve a thumb drive with classified emails always carried by Mr. Rich. The emails had been removed from the DNC server by Mr. Rich and later sold to WikiLeaks. Okay. DEA agent Rosati enlisted the help of MS-13 gang members with whom he had come into contact with during his other gang investigations. Rosati was able to get two MS-13 members from South Carolina, Garcia and Calixto, to assist in what would be a robbery of Seth Rich, which included the retrieval of a thumb drive containing the emails removed from the DNC server. The police called it a robbery, but he still had his watch, he had his phone, and he had his wallet on him. So why you would make the assumption that it was a robbery is just goes to show you that it was completely planned. DEA agent, okay, let's see. Rosati and Doherty met Garcia and Calixto in a remote location prior to the incident. When Rosati saw the flashy vehicle, the MS-13 guys pulled up to them, and he ran the plate number of their vehicle. Their vehicle was reported stolen. Should be a record of Rosati running the plate number. Rosati and Doherty took the two MS-13 guys in their vehicle to a location awaiting Seth Rich. When Rich was spotted, Rosati pointed him out in the street. The MS-13 guys approached Rich with either a .22 caliber or a .32 caliber nickel-plated revolver supplied by Agent Alan Boroshak of ATF and attempted to rob Rich, who resisted. During the scuffle, one of the MS-13 guys fired 2 shots which struck Seth Rich, ultimately causing his death. The original plan never included the murder of Seth Rich, merely to stage what would look like a random street robbery, recover the thumb drive, which Rich was always known to carry. After Rich was shot, Agent Rosati assisted the MS-13 guys get away and made plans to meet the next day in South Carolina to pay them for their assistance. According to Mr. White, Rosati drove to South Carolina, Horry County, using his wife's vehicle, where he shot both MS-13 dead in a shopping plaza as they waited for the meeting. We've covered that on this broadcast, by the way. We didn't know it was Rosati, though. The murder of the MS-13 members caused Agent Rosati problems with the Maryland-based MS-13 members, who provided the members from South Carolina. Subsequently, Agent Rosati transferred to Delaware, where it is believed he still resides and works. In addition to the Rich murder investigation, Mr. White has stated that an individual named Kevin Dolan Doherty, arrested in the shooting of Mr. Jack Berkman, was an acquaintance of those law enforcement officers and took an active role in the Rich murder. Mr. Doherty had become part of the Berkman-Seth Rich investigation and was the head of the Profiling Project, a George Washington University student think tank looking into the Seth Rich murder financed by Berkman. This same individual had passed himself off to, among others, such as Fox News during his appearances as a former federal investigator. Mr. White said he was never a federal investigator. It is unknown whether the motive in the shooting of Berkman was due to Berkman's continued high-profile look into the Rich murder or the failed business venture between Doherty and Berkman. Kevin Doherty is currently serving a 23-year sentence in Virginia, 14 years suspended for the attempted murder of Jack Berkman. I have enclosed supporting documents of Mr. White's connection with Rosenstein and his cooperation in some of the cases he has assisted the government in prosecuting to show that he is standing in the court. I hope that the inclusion of this specific information would help you understand our dilemma in properly reporting to a trusted entity. I would also hope that these documents, which I have entrusted with both you and Mr. Farrell, will not be publicly exposed to anyone. Mr. White's life will be in danger. Mr. White wants nothing but to turn this information over so that it can be properly investigated. Mr. White has vowed to fully cooperate with any investigation. I can be reached by cell phone if you wish to contact me. Okay. Very interesting. Folks, we have never gotten that detailed a report of Seth Rich. And now I know what you were saying about how what they weren't supposed to murder him, because you read that already. Now, here's the thing about that. I'm trying to think about the coinciding. Folks, do you know when was when did WikiLeaks release the DNC files, and when was Rich murdered? Please let me know that if you know. Because something doesn't seem right there. But I love the detail there. I love the detail in that story. We knew about the MS-13 in South Carolina. We knew they were murdered in South Carolina after it. Why? Because 17 told us that. 17 told us about South Carolina. As a matter of fact, I'll take us there now. And let me, Todd, do you know the timing on that?
It seems like it was reasonably quick, like within the same month.
Yeah, I thought the release was before. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it.
I think the knowledge of the hack was there before, but the actual release, I think, was after, wasn't it?
Let's see. What are you guys saying? Wasn't it the day before the DNC convention started? Yes, I think it was.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, Ruth Ann Jones says, check Trump Hotel DC calendar dates for a stay on March 3rd and 4th. They double in price. Whoa. Ruth, that's a great call. Did you do that? Did you call them? Wow. Frogman says Durham report is out. Durham reports are out. What? Whoa.
Oh, you don't have that, Dave?
You're getting me
I've had
back
that
for the
for a month. I didn't know
stealing the Schumann from you.
I didn't know that was important. I guess I should have shared that with you guys.
Oh yeah, you had that. You've been sitting on that, have you?
Yeah,
I
I thought everybody had that.
Well, listen, man, you just take it easy. Don't you? You don't. I don't want you hurting yourself or spraining your brain.
Is that taking it too easy?
Yeah, that might be taking it too easy.
All right, I'll draw the line there.
Yeah. Now, let's see. So Frogman has been suspended again on Twitter, by the way. So we got to go back to him on.
I got it.
Come again. I think I lost you again. That's what you get for messing around. I think here we go. By the way, Frogman, guys, sounds like a Navy SEAL to me. Let me see. Let's see what we've got here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Q is quantum, dark to light. Q is quantum, dark to light, blessed news, and Patriots win in the end. Durham report is out. Let me show you guys this so you can read along with me, if you can see it, because I know it's kind of small. All right. Everything is declassified. Military saw evidence, voter fraud, foreign and domestic. Vatican paid for Lombardo satellite that accessed Dominion servers to hack the election and change the votes. Vatican raided, arrests made, and laundered money and gold made from all deep state drugs, human trafficking, and pedophilia confiscated as per 1221 executive order. Videotape confessions will be shown to the public. Oh my God, I cannot wait, folks. Military tribunal trials and sentences for treason. Since 1871, USA Incorporated has been stealing from citizens and illegally formed IRS collecting taxes, which is against the Constitution. Before leaving, Trump enacted NESARA, which was passed in 1999 but kept from us by Bush, Clinton, and Obama administrations, which will forgive a lot of citizen debt, and our national debt is paid by recovered deep state cabal assets. I do want to confirm that I have heard that as well and seen evidence to that, Clinton signed it in 99. And that's why we've been waiting so long, because they keep blocking. Also that we were supposed to do it in 2001, September 11th happened. So they've been trying to keep us enslaved, and that's been happening. Okay. In comments, I will show all that will play out. President Trump will run in new elections monitored by military using quantum blockchain voting system with voter ID that cannot be corrupted. We covered that this summer, the quantum blockchain, and how we went over the patent for it. We went over the fact that Melania on November 3rd, when she voted, she actually had this dress on that we thought was sending a message on the quantum blockchain. Like, in other words, the next election will be quantum blockchain, which is going to be the election for the president of the republic. Proven that Trump won 80% of the vote, the first time winning all states except one, including California. Wow. He will return in spring as our 19th president of our republic, going back to our original constitution and power to the people. We've been talking about that here on this broadcast for quite some time, so that's not new to you. Since 1871, as you see, our logo on the Indoctrination is established 1871, because that's when they established the indoctrination to enslave us and to lie to us and to condition us, to create conformity within us. Fluoride in the water, and well, that came much later after World War II in the Operation Paperclip, but you get the picture. Since 1871, an 18th president, Ulysses Grant, all presidents were elected under USA Incorporated, which is now bankrupt and dissolved, and did not follow Constitution. That's why they were able to violate our Constitution, folks, because we weren't under a Constitution. Tribunals are coming, Kathy. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is the Frogman link, Rose, is Frogman. This is on Telegram, folks. This is on Telegram, okay? Frogman 5326Q. 5326Q. Okay? The deep state also kept thousands of patents hidden from us with aerospace and medical technology that will bankrupt big pharma, hurt auto industry, oil industry, and military industry. We have been taking unnecessary drugs and vaccines for diseases they already have cures for, including cancer. They also have free energy that was never revealed to keep the big oil industry going. The whole world will live in a financially secure world and eliminate poverty. We came very close to the globalists, keeping these secrets from us and enslaving us with tyrannical one world government and their plans to depopulate the earth for only the elite chosen few. Thank God for this divine intervention using President Trump to carry out this plan. More details to come and many people to be woken up in the coming months. Now, you know who else has been saying this, Todd? Dave Man 5326Q. Todd Man 5326Q. I guess we needed a little Frogman and a Telegram, but he's nailing it. He's got it. You have been watching a movie that isn't reality. I think we lost Todd. He would have at least given me a little chuckle. More details to come, and many people to be woken up with in the coming months. There he is. Let's find him. Ha ha. Why do you keep going away?
I don't know. I guess that's what frogmen do.
Exactly.
We're here 1 minute, gone the next.
We came very close. Okay, hold on. I need to back up. Okay. They also have free energy that was never revealed to keep the big oil industry going. I was just talking about the free energy of Tesla last night. The whole world will live in a financially secure world and eliminate poverty. We came very close to the globalists, keeping these secrets from us and enslaving us with tyrannical one world government and their plans to depopulate the earth for only the elite chosen few. Thank God for this divine intervention using President Trump to carry out this plan. More details to come and many people to be woken up in the coming months. You have been watching a movie that isn't reality, and Biden is not in control. The military controls is now in control of our new republic. That is why they did not send a military plane to pick up Biden for his inauguration, and that is why the Department of the Defense will not follow any of his orders. Biden also does not have the nuclear code. Biden sold us out to China, and we are now at war with China, so he is the enemy. We are at war with China that infiltrated all 6 corporations that control our media and bribed politicians, judges, our courts, up to the Supreme Court, CIA, FBI, DOJ, state legislators, big tech, social media, and our lower and higher education. An alliance in our military saw this evil corruption since the CIA assassinated JFK under direction of George Bush, who was the CIA director. Okay. Now, he was not the CIA director when JFK was assassinated. He didn't become CIA director until much later. That act against John Fitzgerald Kennedy was the thing that rose him up through the ranks. That and the fact that his daddy financed Hitler through I.G. Farben and Brown and Company in New York City, which is a company that was indicted on war crimes and found to be guilty of war crimes by financing Hitler. George Bush Sr., as president, ran drugs from Afghanistan and Mexico, and also human trafficking and pedophilia operation. That actually started when Bush was the head of the CIA, and he was using Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton to fly in drugs from Mexico and South America into a little airport called Mena, M-E-N-A, Mena Airport. And he was, doing, children and drugs, the whole bit. And that was how the Clintons rose to power, by taking care of Poppy Bush. Military alliance have been working on a plan to take our republic back since then, but they needed the executive office that could not be corrupted or bribed, and they chose Trump. Trump was very close friends with JFK Jr. in New York, and when he saw the Twin Towers go down and then the Third World Trade Center building implode, he knew it was an inside job. Nassar was supposed to be announced 9/11 to America. Remember I mentioned that. But the false flag event distracted from that. All the documentation for Nassar was in the World Trade Center Building 7 that was imploded, along with the towers, and they strategically struck the part of the Pentagon that had all the records on Nassar. It is believed that Bush Jr., our president at the time, was behind it along with his father. Nassar would have revealed the deep state and taken all of their fortune. Now, what was happening, what was in the World Trade Center 7 and also the Pentagon in that location, those were that was the accounting offices of the Pentagon. And so when Rumsfeld said that 2.3 trillion is missing from the budget, from the Pentagon budget, the next morning is when those two offices that had all the accounting for those were destroyed. And that would have showed all that money going towards the secret space program, and which has basically been funding all their technology and all of their activities. So that's some good stuff. Let's see. I don't know that. Does the CIA have a hedge fund? In-Q-Tel? In-Q-Tel has an office in Silicon Valley. Has In-Q-Tel directly or indirectly funded Twitter, Facebook, and Google? Yes. Does the devil sometimes hide in plain sight? Yes. InQtel.org is it's a fund that finances a lot of these organizations so that they can then control the media, control the information, right? What about all the laws?
Along with all of our humanitarian money that we dole out, like Pez to countries that hate us, and that money goes boomeranging back, and that that funds the black ops.
Yeah, yeah. Let me see. I want to go to the Q Frogman 5326. Thank you, Ruth, on the new the backup channel. That's right. He does have a backup.
Before you hung up on me, I sent you a picture of that He's actually doing a pretty good job. There's a couple nice drop references in there too,
Awesome.
which I always like.
Yeah. What I was going to say about what was I going to say? I was going to go take us to the Q drops. You know how significant, by the way, that we went to 616, and everything's talking about Twitter and Jack right now, and also the Frogman. Let me see. I missed somebody had dropped a bunch of numbers.
The walk away drop is a big one too, where it talks about what just happened with the arrest
Of Brandon
Brandon Straka.
Straka. Let's pull him up. Brandon Straka. There we go. Let me pull you guys over to him here. Oh, I got to get out of this. Hold on. Okay. Excuse me. So, Brandon Straka, Trump activist Brandon Straka, was charged over the Capitol riot after the FBI noticed him posting. Let me see. Noticed him posting video of himself there, prosecutors say. Multiple tip-offs of footage he had posted to social media, and the footage he said to have shouted "Go, go" at those entering the building. So, you know, this is part of the narrative, right? Because they're not going and finding out what really happened, which they were let in, right? But you mentioned on Twitter, was it the new Frogman? Yeah.
Yeah, well, the latest one right before it was pulled down, he'd posted a Q drop that linked Straka. I'll see if it's on the new one.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm seeing account suspended.
Yeah, he's gone.
I think he's completely gone, isn't he?
That just happened too. He was up even during the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see.
Look at that. I'm right. All right. I'm back for round 4. New backup Twitter account. Let's see if that one's up. New backup account.
It is. I'm on it right now.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm there now. Okay. So I'm following that from last night. So that's still up. 305th Military Intelligence Battalion, former Navy SEAL, so former CIA clandestine field operative. That is him as well. Why did that take me there? That's odd. Okay. Nassar would have revealed the deep state and ruined their fortunes they stole over decades. This is just a brief summary. There's 10 times as much intel than just this. This is the shortened version. So this is the part I just read to you, which is just fantastic. And let me just retweet that real quick. They pinned it all on Osama bin Laden, a.k.a. Tim Olsman, a CIA asset at the time, to push the Islamic extremism narrative. In total, it is estimated that over 200 people were directly involved in the 9/11 attack and even used a drone to shoot a missile into the Pentagon. You see why I'm pissed at Fox? Guys, do you understand? Okay. 9/11. They were a part of the cover-up. Make no mistake about that. Yeah, great thread on that. Let's see. But I'm missing him. I'm not finding him. Here we go. It goes down through those. A legal authorization of debtors to postpone payment. Let's check this out. Okay, the inauguration of Joe Biden. Show me the evidence he wasn't in the vehicle. Vehicles transporting a president are always marked Cope Harder. Not a single legit military person saluted Joe Biden. Forcing military to play along would have been akin to treason. If you don't understand the UCMJ and codes of conduct regarding commanders-in-chief, that's on you. Remember, we talked about that when they turned away from the president. They didn't even salute him, right? Jaya, Ben, we should be careful about this frogman. All of what he's saying is known by all of us, all old news. We need the Durham report. I agree. And that's why I'm saying it's like everything he's saying we've already known, right?
Yep.
So not a single legit. So they even faked some salutes during the inauguration by cobbling together footage of military saluting the flag. Another rule: when the flag is in motion, you will salute with Biden going up the stairs. Pick related was not on the lawn. Was on the lawn, and even in freezing temps, he was not wearing an overcoat to cover his ribbons and medals, like others were to cover the fact that they were actors. Confirmed AT&T is buying Time Warner for $85.4 billion in cash and shares. This was from 2016. Castle Rock Pictures. So didn't do much to us there, but this is Biden, about to sign something more. Can't even get a pen in his jacket. What's up with that? Now he put it in his other pocket.
Yeah, Follow the Pen was telling me to look at that. I think I did a little. That was there's a clunk at the 13-second mark too that marks it. And I think what is the total video length? Is that 21?
41.
On the Biden trying to get the pen in the pocket?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I went to 13:41 because if you listen to that,
okay, hold on.
You'll hear a clunk at 13 seconds.
10. I'm here to like at 14, 15.
Yeah, I had the one I saw was at 13 and 28 was the total. I don't know if that's a different vid.
Okay, yeah, different vid. Which one did you see? Was it Heritage by any chance? Follow the Pen? Guys, are you seeing anything on Durham where we could find that? He just dropped the link. Frogman just dropped the link.
Oh, good.
Let's see.
About time.
Yeah, right? Let me see. Did he drop it on Telegram or Twitter, guys? Looks like the watch is in the castle. We'll come back to that. Let's see. Let me see.
Now take a picture of his new backup after this, because he'll be knocked out again.
Yeah. I think I'm already following that one. Okay. That's Q Frogman 5327. 6, but it's at QFrogman5326QSO.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't follow anybody,
let's go to
Dave.
Telegram. I know, right? Let's go to Telegram. We're already there. Let's see if we can find let me see. Let's see if we can find that there. Okay. Okay. Now, let's see what he just posted. Doesn't look like, folks, where did he post it? Let's see. John Scruvo, Trump lost. John, I don't think this broadcast is for you, because we're not selling pharmaceuticals and promoting banks and big oil and big pharma and big agriculture. Because that must be where you get your news. He didn't lose, and you're going to find that out very soon. But if you want to learn about that, you're welcome to hang out, of course. But I hate to break it to you, but Biden lost, and you're about to find that out. Let's see. Yeah, do you guys know where they found that? Scroll down. Telegram. Let me see. Let me go down here. Yep, this is Frogman, and we have some Pompeo dives, which look pretty good. But let's see if we can find that. Make sure I'm not missing that drop here. Yeah. Not seeing it. Where we were with the QTEL, in QTEL. Join the channel. Okay, I thought I was already a member of the channel. You've joined this channel. Okay. Now, Q-tip. I've got Q-tip right here. Where did Q-tip go? There. Right there. Let's get down here. Colombia's defense minister dies from COVID-19 at age 69. Okay. Another leader falls. Remember, this is how they're taking them out, a lot of them. Ex-Ecuadorian Vice President Jorge Glass sentenced to 8 years in prison for embezzlement. Big people are going down, folks. Are those booms enough for you? Right? Are those booms enough? Like, these big people around the world are going down or having to step down. Okay? And why, let's see. Marty Barron announces retirement from the Washington Post. Yeah, bud.
Yeah, that that was a totally different video than I saw earlier, but it did have a big clunk in the background. And that leads to post 2041, and all it says is big, 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 big Q. But it nice. Has two Trump tweets regarding FISA and OR, and you might want to take a look at that.
So I'm still not seeing the link. Do you guys have the link that Frogman dropped? Anita heard 67. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, it's Anino.page CAGBabe. Keep America Great Babe. Let's go to that right now, and we'll come back to those threads, Todd. the anino.page/KAGBABE. And this looks just like the linked tree that we did. Let me pull this up here. There we go. All right. And here we are, folks. Okay. Helping Americans inform themselves with hard evidence, infographics, and declassified documents. You can also find me on Instagram. 12621 declass Halper operational plan memo spying on Trump. DOJ OIG report on FISA. Declass Carter Page FISA. Halper Page intercept. Declass notes of special counsel on Flynn. Oh my God. Christopher Steele debriefing September 2017. Notes from that. The 1776 Commission report. Ombudsman report on politicization of intelligence and foreign election threats. D-Class DNI Ratcliffe ICA foreign threats to 220 election. I want to go there first. So this, folks, is the result of the executive order. And you guys know this, but just for the newbies, and that was executive order on election interference in 2018, right? And let me pull that up, and it is basically where is it? Okay, here it is. Imposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference in a United States election. This was September 12th, 2018. Okay. This was basically outlining that the Director of National Intelligence, right here you see in Section 1, not later than 45 days after the conclusion of a U.S. election, the Director of National Intelligence, in consultation with the heads of any other appropriate executive departments and agencies, shall conduct an assessment of any information indicating that a foreign government or any person acting as an agent of or on behalf of a foreign government has acted with the intent or purpose of interfering in that election. Do you think we have enough evidence to prove that that exists on multiple levels? Yes, we've seen it, right? So, here's the key. The DNI director shall deliver this is Ratcliffe, shall deliver this assessment and appropriate supporting information to the President, the Secretary of State, Treasury, Defense, Attorney General, and Secretary of Homeland Security within 45 days of the election. Within 45 days of receiving the assessment and information described in Section 1A of this order, the AG and Secretary of Homeland Security shall deliver to the President basically the report evaluating with respect to the U.S. election. Okay? Now, what we told you then, what I shared with you then, is that this will be classified. Okay? That this could be, let me see, I'm looking for the classified part, that any and all of this will be classified. And I'm not finding it right away. It might be in the down below here. Let me see. And so the point here is that everyone was like, well, he's got to do it within 45 days, but then the election was extended, so the 45 days was extended, but also he could have done it at a time without revealing it because it was classified. Okay? See this? It says unclassified. So what I was telling you was that the DNI report happened, but they didn't tell us it happened because they classified it. Okay. From my unique vantage point as the individual who consumes all of the U.S. government's most sensitive intelligence on the People's Republic of China, I do not believe the majority view expressed by intelligence community analysts fully and accurately reflects the scope of the Chinese government's efforts to influence the 2020 U.S. federal elections. The IC's analytic ombudsman issued a report, which I will reference several times below, that includes concerning revelations about the politicization of China election influence reporting and of undue pressure being brought to bear on analysts who offer an alternative view based on the intelligence. Okay. The report is being transmitted to Congress. With this intelligence community assessment also delves into a wider range of election security intelligence issues that I will not discuss on here. However, the specific issues outlined below with regard to China reporting, remember guys, the people who will tell you that Joe Biden is president have been crying about Russian election interference for 4 years. But they're not concerned about China election interference. You know why? Because it doesn't fit their narrative. It doesn't support their narrative. That's how absolutely brainwashed and indoctrinated human beings are, that they are not understanding that they are going along with draconian measures, silencing us on social media, getting lists of Trump supporters and how they're going to act towards us going forward, doxing us through Antifa and so forth to try to hurt people that are spreading real information. They don't care that China had the biggest influence in any election ever this 2020 because it doesn't suit their narrative. That's how deep they are. I believe it is incumbent upon me in my role as a Director of National Intelligence to lead by example and offer my analytic assessment alongside the majority and minority views. Okay. And he's also sharing what the ombudsman reported as well, okay, and making sure that he's articulating it. Okay, let's look at a couple. Okay. China analysts were hesitant to assess Chinese actions as undue influence or interference. These actions appeared reluctant to have their analysis on China brought forward because they tend to disagree with the administration's policies, saying in effect, I don't want our intelligence used to support these policies. This behavior would constitute a violation of Analytic Standard B, the independence of political considerations. Folks, rhetoric doesn't work in a court of law. Rhetoric does not work in a military tribunal. Rhetoric is not even admissible in a court of law. Hearsay evidence, third party, it's not admissible. Okay. There were strong efforts to suppress analysis of alternatives in the August National Intelligence Council assessment on foreign election influence and associated IC products, which is a violation of Tradecraft Standard 4 and IRTPA Section 1017. See, they have to be like spot on with this. Okay. Yeah, the CIA was involved. This is unbelievable. CIA management took actions pressuring analysts to withdraw their support from the alternative viewpoint on China in an attempt to suppress it. Okay. Wow. Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act, Analytic Standard D, requires that coordinated analytic products be based on all available sources of intelligence. But because of the highly compartmented nature of some relevant intelligence, some analysts' judgments reflected in the majority view are not based on the full body of reporting. Therefore, the majority view falls short of their analytic standards. Okay, so this goes into so much. Okay, and listen, it's not that long, right? It's literally 3 pages long. And it's dated January 7, 2021. That's the unclassified version, but we knew that this was, circulating before. Okay. In the same spirit, all right, hold on. in the Ombudsman report, he accurately acknowledged my commitment to provide an independent avenue for analysts to pursue unbiased analysis. My approach here is not without precedent. In 1962, a national intelligence estimate stated that the Soviet Union was unlikely to place missiles in Cuba. Then CIA Director John McCone forcefully disagreed with the analysis, analysts, and later ordered the U-2 reconnaissance flights that discovered that missiles had in fact been deployed. In that same spirit, I am adding my voice in support of the stated minority view based on all available source of intelligence with definitions consistently applied and reached independent of political considerations or undue pressure, that the People's Republic of China sought to influence the 2020 U.S. federal elections and raising the need for the intelligence community to address the underlying issues with China reporting outlined above. Now, he didn't need much, and that's a bomb, okay? You don't need much to drop. You just need to have absolute violations of the law, which the analysis is showing. State Department activity at the Wuhan Institute. Oh, dude, this is awesome. Indo-Pacific strategy on China. Obama administration knowingly funded Al-Qaeda affiliate. We already knew that. We reported on that. FBI D-class emails Hunter Biden Burisma. Peter Strzok texts spying on Trump before Crossfire Hurricane. Amistad Project on election oligarch Zuckerberg. This is interesting because private funding in federal and state electoral process. This is treason. If you're funding this operation, folks, that is an overturning of the U.S. election, okay, this is serious, okay. By the way, guys, if you want to form teams and go over these documents and give brief synopsises, that would be a great way for us to move forward through these D-class. Emails about Fusion GPS thumb drive, Senate Homeland Security and Finance Committee's report on Hunter Biden. This is, obviously they were concerned about this. Let me see. Russian hoax docs part 1, part 2, part 3. The 4-year-long campaign against DJT infographic. We've seen this. This is the Epic Times. That does great work, folks. If you're not subscribed to the Epic Times, might I recommend it? Okay, they get you a real newspaper. You get the whole thing. It's pretty awesome. Delivered right to your mailbox. Hunter Biden files. Okay, yeah. Do you really think with all this D-class, guys, that people aren't going to be, the Chinese virologist who fled China publishes evidence COVID-19 created in the lab? Okay. All right. Unusual features of the SARS-CoV-2 genome. We've been down this road before as well. Yeah. Look at all this. Look at all this, folks. It's been dumped, right? Is there anything you want to see, Todd?
Oh, I've just been following my dive here. It's been pretty good, actually.
Well, let's go to that. Let's see.
This is one of the most complex ones I did. It's kind of a cool one. So
Epic Times. Sorry, Epic Times was just demonetized off YouTube. No surprise there.
Shocker.
Yeah. Dave, explain what the medbed is. Well, I don't know specifically, but Mary, I just do know that there are a lot of technologies. Let me see.
Well, it's a bed that heals you through frequency and vibration. It's supposed to rejuvenate your DNA, your cells, and be able to also refurbish everything to approximately 20 to 30 years previous. So repairing your damaged organs, repairing a lot of problems that you'd have Also, ability to erase bad memories. So, in the case of the children, that could be a very, very good step so that they could live a normal life, having been through what they've been through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those are my understandings. I'm just looking at that.
The Indoctrination is my Telegram. The Indoctrination. I also have David Snedeker on there as well. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to spend some time on the drops. Kurt, I'm going to highlight yours and save it if I can there. Okay. All right, Todd, take me where
this
you
is
want to
cool.
go. Okay, I'm going to humor you.
Okay. Yeah, humor me here on this one, folks. This is pretty cool.
Okay.
Based on that video that we were watching Biden fumble around, and then there was a big clunk at 20 seconds. I replayed it a bunch of times, and it hit at 20 seconds. So I went to drop 2041.
Okay. So let's start at 2041.
This one will have an immediate big wow.
What happened?
We haven't been here very often.
Okay, 2041. August 31st, 2018. Make sure you guys are with me here. Yep. All right. Trump tweets, change the FISA court. He should direct the presiding judge, Rosemary Collyer, to hold a hearing, haul all of these people from the DOJ and FBI in there, and if she finds there were crimes committed, and there should be a criminal referrals by her, at Greg Jarrett. She told the FBI the fake dossier wasn't true, it was a lie, and the FBI was determined to use it to damage Trump and to perpetrate a fraud on the court to spy on the Trump campaign. This is a fraud on the court. The Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court is in charge of the FISA court. I read those backwards. Sorry, guys. Okay. So, big.
No, that's all stuff. That's all stuff that we're dealing with right now. But look at the peg number.
Wow, D5. Wow.
D5. Okay. And then how many times do they say big?
5.
Okay, so I went to Gematria and put in big, and nothing came up. But I noticed that also big is the number on big itself is 297.
Okay.
B is in boy 2. I is in 9, and G is 7. So go to post 297.
Okay. Wow. December 7th. That was mentioned earlier, by the way. December 7th in Gematria, day that will live in infamy.
Yep.
And this is, wow. This is Alice in Wonderland, brother.
Bloody Wonderland.
Bloody Wonderland. And that's Talaweed, who is who funded Twitter. And he's with, obviously, royalty, Prince Charles. And here's John McCain with some nefarious characters. I don't know who they are. But McCain was in deep with ISIS. But this is just a drop that 17 dropped and then just didn't say anything, just left it.
Right, it's been in a holding pattern. But the D5 on the JPEG is big, so I went back to that and started operating on the numbers available.
Yeah.
So I did 2820 off of the blue.
Okay, 2820, right there.
Yes.
Make sure everyone's with me. I hereby demand, and will do so officially tomorrow, that the Department of Justice look into whether or not the FBI DOJ infiltrated or surveilled the Trump campaign for political purposes, and if any such demands or requests were made by people within the Obama administration. I hereby demand a second investigation after Schumer of Pelosi for her close ties to Russia and lying about it. Review time 17. Nice.
All right. Then
282.
282. Yep.
Mirrored number. Watch the news. Leakers exposed. These people are stupid. I have a question. The 10 days darkness, when? Shut down. Now, I take that to mean, Todd, that it's going to be the shutdown of the social media.
Yep.
After the picture circulates of Obama with an AK-47.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking that might happen coincidentally with all the release of FISA.
Mm-hmm.
And that way they can stop the spread of the information.
Right. They're going to have to.
That's going to force the 10 days of darkness.
Yeah.
And during the 10 days of darkness, that's when our satellites will take over, the military satellites will take over and broadcast to the people so that they will see this stuff.
Yes.
This all kind of comes into focus now because they're if you're in charge of Twitter or Facebook or whatever, and all of this information starts rushing to the public, you're going to stop it.
Yep.
And that's when it's going to come to shutdown.
We have 2,500 people, and we've been kicked off DLive. So we're on just three platforms. No, wait a minute. DLive is back up. Guys, are you still having problems with DLive? There's 100 people in there. Did I hear Cindy say yes?
There's been some on and off, yes.
She said on and off problems, yes.
Okay, thanks. All right. Where'd you go from here?
Let's see. 282, and then
121 is on the December 6th one.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow my path.
Okay.
But I don't know if I can. I didn't write them down as I was going. They just kept meshing, so I kept going.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I did 121.
Human non-dancer. Rumor has it CIA is Q, same as 9/11. I don't know where that rumor came from, but the CIA has to be taken out and splintered. And the Q has actually been the posts have actually been found to come from DoD servers, Department of Defense. So I don't believe it's CIA. They're not the good people, and Q throws them under the bus quite a bit. Let's see.
Let's see where I went here. I'm trying to figure out my own path now.
Light Nun, we have come to the conclusion that Castle Rock is it's a studio, Warner Brothers, and it has a set of the White House. Yes. I think Castle Rock is Warner Brothers. I don't think it's Disney. Let's see.
Let's see. Oh, I did.
Hold on a second. Human non-dancer. I don't know what very Christian of you is, but this is the second time that you've accused me of not being very Christian for doing something or saying something. So let me just say this. If being a Christian is being as judgmental as you are, that's not the kind of Christian that I am or want to be. Okay? Don't be coming on here judging me on my broadcast. So either clean it up or just move on. Okay? Because that's the second time I've seen that bullshit from you, and I'm not going to tolerate it. You got it? So either clean it up or move on. If you don't like the way I'm doing something, just move on. You can be, have some corrective criticism, but don't be judgmental. Don't be judgmental. Okay. Let's see.
I know where I went, Dave.
You found it?
I went 297 times 5 on the
interesting.
D5 post.
Now, why
So
did you
that-
do 297? Because of the that's where we started?
Well, because big is 297 when you write it out.
Oh, that's right.
Numerically.
297 times 5. Okay.
Yep. And
Nice.
that takes you to 1723.
1723. Oh, interesting.
Although, how does that work out? That can't be it. It's got to go 1485.
1485.
Yeah, that's got to be. I did it on my phone. Let me see.
297 times 5.
1485. 297 times
Okay.
5.
All right, link to proofs.
Now, they're always telling us to go back and add to the proof. Anytime we get news, anytime we get information, anytime the map opens up anymore,
Right.
we're supposed to
Right.
be keeping track of this on a major
Yeah.
proof. So they're linking it to that. Let's see. How did I get to 1723? That is. See, it's hard to go back. Oh, there it is. On link to proofs. The first number, 1723, in the blue.
Yep. Yeah. That's
And
where
that
you
takes-
went. That's what took
that
you
takes-
to 1723. Okay.
That's what takes us to our friend.
Okay. Right there. And then we go to Lisa Page. I believe we've, which is connected to Stroke and the FBI.
And this whole investigation, I mean, she could key it.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
This is the, she is absolutely integral in Crossfire Hurricane. Keep your promise. This is not a game. Public awareness forces hand. P.S. Round 2. Page Stroke. Round 2. Lead investigator. HRC Russia. Boom.
Yeah. And
Nice.
once she pops up, if she's in the D class, that I think we're about ready to see some D class action because we're already seeing it.
Yeah.
That's going to force a lot of things to happen. That's when things start happening fast. Let's see, where did I go from there? This is all related too. That's the good thing. It's all related to the Russia investigation and HRC and her involvement with the SODs, and it all looks relevant together.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I got to 897. Let's see. Trying to think how I
Let me
got
see.
Hard to go back.
818. 818 is a mirrored number on July 27th.
Yeah, that sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, 818. So, guys, we're going to 818 because that's, you see that in the middle right there. Let's see. This goes back to Scott Israel in the Parkland shooting.
Yeah.
Who do you think is leaking the info? Take a wild guess. Analyze shooter, pawn. Voices in his head. We know. We are taking action behind the scenes. CNN was set up. Stupid Q. Libel laws. End of MSM. Libel laws are going to play a part of the MSM because look at Nick Sandman and what happened with the CNN and Washington Post and you're gonna jump on narratives, on rhetoric. You're gonna go down. You're gonna be exposed. No question about it. Let's see.
Then I don't know where I got it. It was
Okay.
in here somewhere, but at 517
Yeah. Okay.
and then 25 is an easy one from there. It's a lone number on the side.
517. Thank you, Patriots. Please begin. Migration. We didn't like what we saw. Good solution. Protected by CM.
And there's
CM.
that CM.
Who's
We need-
CM?
We need
Please begin migration. Do you think Q's talking about migrating off of these platforms?
I would think
Because it's about to shut down.
migrating to places that will not shut us down, like what
Right.
Anon up.
Right. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Go to the most secure platforms we can.
Yeah.
I don't know what the security of Telegram is.
What about, I don't either. Let me see. If we go, but what is CM? Do we know what CM is? Let me see.
Corporate media.
Yeah. Let me see. Tools, research.
Yeah. Try the basic
Research, abbreviations, keys, and definitions. Let's see. Can we search the abbreviations? Here you guys got all the. Here we go. All the abbreviations here. CM, Code Monkey. Code Monkey. Which, by the way, has he resurfaced, guys? Does anybody know where Code Monkey might be?
Wasn't he on Gab?
Was he? Is that been
He
verified?
said he was only gonna. He said he was only. He verified that he was only going to go to one platform
Okay.
before he got booted
Okay.
off of Twitter.
Good solution. So we're protected by Code Monkey. Interesting. Okay, and then you went to 25 because that's standing out in the blue there.
Yep.
Okay. 25. November 1st, 2017. Follow up to last post. Return to comments regarding Pelosi and John M. No name. Some of us refuse to say his last name for a reason. This all has meaning. Everything stated, big picture stuff. Few positions allow for this direct knowledge. Proof to begin at 11:03. We all sincerely appreciate the work you do. Keep up the good fight. The flow of information is vital. God bless.
So that talks about platform change also, flow of information.
Yep.
As long as we can, we're supposed to be
Yep.
getting this out there.
Yep. Keep up the good
it
fight.
It will eventually end, but at least wake up as many people as we can.
17 has told us to. 17 has told us to go on backup channels, guys. Just remember, right? So we should be, going to having some backups here.
Bridging and connecting with other patriots.
Yes. Yeah. And camouflage as best we can, so we can stay on the in the battlefield.
Yeah, meme. Or writing code like
Yeah.
my Facebook posts have been kind of coded.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't said anybody's name that's going to get me knocked off, I don't believe.
Good. All right, let me go to. We've got a from Beth. Per Silver Girl, 50-second video. White House Oval Office closed permanently. Let's watch this real
Hey everyone,
quick
just
together.
a short vid. My husband just got this on his phone, like an update to news or something, and I wanted to make a video of this to show you this. And this is a map of the Oval Office, and this is what it says, which is kind of bizarre. I'll zoom in here. It says Oval Office Government Building right there,
Permanently
closed. So if anybody can find out any information on that, I'd appreciate that, because that's kind of a heads up of what's going on and stuff. And this is live on my husband's phone right now. It's hard to see. So anyway, I just want to give you guys an update on that and let you know that it does say the Oval Office is permanently closed. And if it's closed, then I wonder what the hell's going on. All right, peace out, people.
Wow, that's
Hey
kind
everyone,
of
just a short vid. My
that's
husband
very
just got
interesting.
this. If it's closed, then I want.
That's very interesting. Thank you, Beth, for that. Yeah, dude. Code Monkey Z is on Telegram from his Gab account. Thank you, Yellow Rose. Awesome.
Christopher Miller.
Yeah, somebody said that, but when you go to the abbreviations, it doesn't give us Christopher Miller.
Yeah, Wednesday
don't think.
5456 gives Christopher Miller as you got everything has double meaning.
Yes, that's true. That's true. And by the way, this is just this is Q alerts, so Q alerts might have missed the boat on this. I wonder if QAG.news, but at any rate, it's we know that that let me see. I don't know how to search on QAG very well. Site menu. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. But CM definitely has been used for Christopher Miller as well. So, okay, so all good. Awesome. All right, nice little dive, brother. Basically, what would you say the main focus points on that were?
It shows all the characters. It describes what D5. It kind of puts D5 into focus. It shows that Trump's been demanding for the release of this information for a long time.
Yeah.
And we're gonna get it. We're seeing the D class, so you can. This is almost a preview of what's to come out, I believe, with the information. Even though we might have known this, it just kind of solidifies the position.
Yep. 18. Okay. Cool. We're over 2,600 beautiful humans on 4 platforms, guys. Thanks for hanging with us. I'm David Snedeker. This is the IndoctriNATION on the phone with Todd Giedominski and Cindy Johnson from Spring Patch, Illinois. And we are digging into some of the 17 drops that we've been directed towards. Todd, if you don't have another one to go to right now, let me pull up what Kurt had recommended we drop to, based on a dive he did.
Yeah, the only finishing touch I would have on that would be when you punch D5 in, you come to 4229 is important.
Okay.
And then that'll put it together. It puts it together, and then it gives you a preview also.
4229. There's a lot of D5s. A lot of D5s.
Because they catch every D5 even in the IDs.
Yeah.
But this is a D5, direct D5.
And what'd you say? 4225.
4229.
4229. Okay.
9 is in nana.
There it is. Okay. Declassified by Acting DNI Richard A. Grinnell on 9 May 2020. National Security Agency Memorandum for Director of National Intelligence. Unmasking request regarding former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. and providing a revised list of identities of any officials who submitted requests to the National Security Agency between 8 November 2016 and 31 January 2017 to unmask the identity of former National Security Advisor Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, which I mentioned earlier today, that we know that they unmasked him. We know these people did this. And the unmasking is basically, you have to have a damn good reason. Date on the ODNI release is 4 May 2020, okay? D5, date on the OD, and that's 4 May 2020, D5. So it's basically A, B, C, D is 4, right? And so 4, and then May is the 5th month, right? So this is D5. Very, very important. Excellent find, Anon. They thought it meant December 5th, state funeral. NSA, a lot more coming soon. Nice, bud.
So that kind of tells you, it wraps it all up together.
Yeah, and
how they're communicating.
Yep. And the drop of DNI Ratcliffe, John Ratcliffe, the new DNI.
Right.
Coming out, all tying it all together, nice and neat. Nice.
It's on its way.
Say again?
It's on its way.
Yep. Things are happening, folks. Things are happening, even though you may not be seeing it. They are definitely happening. Kurt was saying go to 305, January 27th. Now, Kurt, I don't know why you went to 305, but then he said go military. And then so we went to 1505. But I want to know the original, if you would, Kurt, why we went to originally 1505. By the way, another Q proof. Image of POTUS taking a morning stroll. This tweet is from a suspended account. No kidding, because it was from President Trump's. How about that? The former president of the United States. They slapped him on the wrist, on the hand, and he can't tweet anymore. Image of POTUS taking a morning stroll. We do try. Have a wonderful weekend. Trust in your president. So this is just taking us to a Q proof, because obviously Q earlier had said something about a stroll, and then POTUS sent a picture of him taking a stroll. So that's an example of a Q proof. But then you dropped down to 505, and 505 is marker 1 confirmed 15-10-510Q. So this is kind of the countdown we've seen multiple times, okay? And then down to 5, we drop the 5, drop the 0, and follow the money. It's the key. What is Pelosi's net worth? What if McCain never had surgery and was a cover-up for a future out if needed against prosecution? Why did Soros transfer his money? Can you rely on being able to board a plane and fly away? Why is MS-13 a priority? You saw that with the Seth Rich murder. They were using them for assassinations, 187. Could people pay such gangs to kill opponents, and why? How to insulate against exposure? The truth is mind-blowing and cannot be fully exposed, as also many are thinking from one point of view, U.S. only. This evil is embedded globally. U.S. is the first domino. Have faith. All right. Nice little dive there. I would, let's see. Also, there was something I wanted to say. About these confirmations. Okay. Going back to Frogman, let me see if I can find that.
His watch dive is great.
Yeah, that's what. So that was the wristwatch in 17 drops. The time and date on the second wristwatch and 17 drops. That's what the 1505 was.
And back to Mickey.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Kurt. And back to Mickey. Now let me find where was that that drop? This is
It was pretty far down. He's posted a lot today. It seemed like it was quite a while ago.
yeah.
Let me see if I can find it for you.
I got it.
Okay.
Well, this is actually the one with Pompeo. And can I show you guys this? Let me try. Let's see. I got to find a better way to share with you guys on Telegram because it doesn't allow me to like blow that up. Although I might be able to if I pulled that out of there. No, it won't let me.
I'll send you the one that I thought was relevant.
Okay.
This is from Shelley and Chad Frost.
Okay.
This is awesome.
So
this
the reason go ahead.
This is a totally different way of looking at our Q drop or our Mickey clock.
Okay. I'm going to go to that, what you're dropping from Shelley and Todd, because this isn't going to be an easy one to do because of it's really hard to see. And I want to check out that Frogman with the Pompeo. Did you dig into that?
Yep.
What were your thoughts on that?
That the one is that the spiderweb one where it's all over the place?
Yeah.
I thought it was cool. Some of it, I mean, it all ties in via keywords. And wow, I mean, I don't remember exactly. I got more out of this one actually on timing. Just with the watches.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
This is a good visual. I sent it to you in Messenger in your personal.
Got it, brother. Thank you, man. And thank you,
Shelley and Chad.
Yeah. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to be able to show this one too, without much problem here.
Yeah. It's cool.
Let's see. Okay. All right, here we go, folks. Let's do a little dive on this. All right. Okay. This is a little bit of a stretch as well, but I'll figure it out. Okay. If you will consent to stay, this is a General Flynn tweet. If you will consent to stay 1 month longer, you will render that service to the cause of liberty and to your country, which you probably can never do under any other circumstances. General Washington encouraging his men to re-enlist in the Army, 31 December 1776. Flynn asks us to stay 1 month longer on 12/31, which would be a 1/31 completion date. By the way, I've seen another dive on this, which I love this, by the way. I'm so glad you guys did this, Shelley and Chad. So, okay. So, because Flynn also said done in 30, right? Or, yeah, that was Flynn, right? Done in 30? Or was that 17?
17.
17, okay. Okay, so Flynn asked for 1 month longer on 12/31. Yeah, I got to pull this up. Let me see if I can do this and then make it bigger. Hold on. Make that big. Okay, hopefully this is going to be easier if I can get this on. Let me see. All right. And go photos. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Now I can go in a little tighter. Okay. So there we go. So Flynn asked for 1 month longer, and 12/31 equals 1/31. Drop 970 equals Flynn plus done in 30. Flynn was mentioned in that. That's what I was thinking. Done in 30.
Yep.
And that's at 970. Okay, which is here. Okay, done in 30. House cleaning, White House secured, final stage, and this was right after Free Flynn. Okay. What are the odds drop 970 would mention Flynn and done in 30 plus final stage, and Flynn would ask us for 30 more days in a calm tweet, which is basically Washington asking his troops, right? So Mickey clock equals 128. IWC clock equals 128, right over, not this one, but this one. Drop 370 equals clock started equals 128. So clock started here. What happened on 12/7? 12/7 or 127? Clock started 10 days. 128.21. So 12/7 equals 127.21 at 12 a.m. or 128.21. A little confusing, but it's basically saying the 128. Anon's determined significance of 129 from December 2nd drop, which was released precisely. What was released precisely at 129? And this is 128. So this is basically 1. Drop the 0. 20, and then you have the 8 red marks. 128. 21. We've been trying to figure out what this 1010 means, right? We thought maybe October, right? We thought maybe 10-2. We thought maybe 1-2. Then the 8. So 10 equals 1, 2 equals 2. This equals 8 equals 128.21. Okay. Or 127, which is 27 here. This is 127 at 12 midnight or 128 at 12 midnight. Wow, this is cool.
Right.
This is a good dig.
It syncs it all up.
Yeah.
And we never looked at Mickey like that. We were looking at 10-2-8.
Yep. Exactly.
You know, we were taking it literally instead of using it,
Yep. Yeah, the code that we've learned how to do.
Well, I think we were hoping it would be done 10-28.
Oh, wait a minute, guys. Were you just getting a dark screen? I had the window capture on the photos. Oh, man, that's a bummer. There's the photo. Oh, I bet it's because... Wait a minute. Why is that... All right, I'll show you guys real quick. I'm sorry that happened. What happened was I went to photos and blew it up really big and nice for you, and then brought that up, but that didn't stick. That's really odd. All right, sorry about that, guys. Basically, this is the, drop 370, Flynn and done in 30. So this is Free Flynn. This is 370, okay? Which I'll take you to here. All right, 370. And on 370, you have what happened on 12/7, okay? And that is they're showing us 127. Clock started 10 days, right? So that's the 370 post. Let me take you back to this, all right? And that's a 370 down here, right, where you see the 12/7 is also 127 at 12 a.m. is 128. So if the clock starts at 128, which by the way is 2 days from now, okay, then we have, let's see. This is 127, so this is 1 with the one hand. This points to 3 on the watch, but it actually says 27 on the day, and that's also at 12 o'clock. So it's a confirmation of 128. Then we have the Mickey, which is the Mickey. Which one is that? It's 10, 2, 8, and that's 128 because you drop the 0, right? So this is pretty damn good comms. And then this is drop. What's the one with Flynn? What was that one?
Is that 970 or 3?
I think it's 970. Yeah. Let me see if I can pull up 970 here.
Yeah, I'm trying to find something off of this that might even go deeper.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah. No, not 970. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. By the way, Todd, 970 also takes us to Parkland is a distraction, and we were just at Parkland. Parkland was specifically organized and designed to distract, test, watch the news. Actors are acting, fake, no power. Justice will be served to those playing the game. All guns are safe. Trust the plan. Free Flynn. Done in 30. House cleaning. White House secured. Final stage. What are we seeing about the White House, guys? It's secured, all right. No one's in it. It's shut down. Okay?
Closed for business.
Closed for business. And the second White House, Mar-a-Lago, is still operational. Yeah? Let's see. Oh, so, okay, Michael says, hey, Dave, if you had 10 days till the 28th, from the 28th, that would be February 7th, the Super Bowl. By the way, what's the most watched event in the history of the world? Super Bowl. More people watch the Super Bowl than I think any other sporting event. Wonder what's going to go on there. I hope not another satanic ritual at halftime like they do every Super Bowl with their satanic players and musicians, which is a damn shame.
You know, we kind of played around with what we thought Darnkest was.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking back, you know, maybe we're in the 10 days of Darnkest right now because of Trump being gone since the 20th, since the inauguration time.
Yeah. A lot of people have said that, like that maybe we're in the, you know, a lot of the snedheads have brought that up, like maybe we're in the 10 days of darkness because of, you know, Trump not talking.
I'm saying we're in the 10 days of Darnkest.
Mm-hmm.
The misspelled darkness.
Right.
Because we're all saying darn, you know, everybody was like, darn it, we thought it was going to happen. We're in Darnkest.
Interesting.
10 days, we're in this 10 days, so maybe we're going to hear something also, you know, by the 30th.
Yep. And back to the gematria on Super Bowl. Biden Harris, pure evil. Jesus is Lucifer. Lucifer is Jesus. Origin of O negative blood. And December 31st. Barack. And then God, December 7th, which was the December 7th was the Hillary Clinton picture that we just saw earlier. That was on December 7th. William Gates, John F. Kennedy, Chadwick Boseman, the chosen one. God is Christ, Super Bowl, Prince Charles, good morning. Sunday morning. Trump, Pence, it is finished. By the way, somebody sent me a video of a gentleman, I think his name is Torrey Smith, and he was talking about Pence and really bad things that he did to children and was very specific about it. And he was doing a lot of that. He posted that on July 2nd of 20 what year was that? 2018, I think.
Yeah, I think it was. I saw that too.
And then he was dead, July 6th. Another one that I hope is still alive. That I hope they've been pulling these people out of timelines. It's very dangerous to talk about this stuff, folks. It's not. This isn't a freaking. I could have easily done a comedy show or a freaking. Teach you how to bake cookies, or teach you how to play basketball. This isn't the one you want to choose to go with unless you have one mission and one mission only, and that is to take out the cabal. And I don't want my family, my daughter, my relatives, my friends to have to live in a world controlled by these people anymore. And we're not going to.
Nope.
We're not going to.
We're not going to take it.
Miley Cyrus is going to be at the Super Bowl. Huh. Okay. There you go.
Isn't that great?
There you go. There's
Maybe she'll bring her date with her.
Yeah. Who's her date?
Satan.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Remember from the commercial?
Oh, that's right. Tatarian. Thank you. Deep respect, David. Thank you. Super Bowl is in Florida. It's in Tampa Bay, right? Michael says, Dave, if you made cookies, it would have to be Rocky Road cookies. LOL. Let's see.
I thought that was ice cream.
Yeah. Dottie says, why would Code Monkey make his Buchan on Telegram the @name that was a fake on Twitter, which he notified Twit because it was said he was going to S the capital. Okay. So Dottie, good point. So maybe that's not Code Monkey. Yeah, that man that was on Lynn Wood's page talked about Mike Pence as well.
Yep.
Richard, truth to set you free. Amen, brother. Let's see. Yeah, Miley is satanic, unfortunately. Oh, yeah. And Ernie says February 1st is Freedom Day.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, people are asking about Monkey Works. Say he hasn't been around for a couple of days.
His last post was Sunday. Yeah, I looked for him today because I wanted to look at planes today. I hear it's pretty active, but I'm not having my computer will not accept that app, that ADSD or whatever app where you track the life, and it's hard on a phone because they get so jumbled. So I'm having trouble with that for some reason. I don't know if they want me to update my software, which I won't do.
Oh, here's a software story for you folks. Oh my gosh. So yesterday I had my phone plugged into my computer and I was doing a backup of my phone to the computer. All of a sudden, it starts trying to load the software, the updated software on my phone, which I did not approve, and it seized up my phone. So my phone I haven't been able to use since then because they were literally trying to push it upon me, and so now I'm going to have to. I can reboot to my last one, but I've got to restore it, and I'm going to lose some stuff. But what a pain in the ass. And then here's another thing. I'm dealing with Apple and my iCloud password and all that kind of crap, right? So I have to change the password because it's not taking the password that I created yesterday for it. So I have to change the password. So I'm at T-Mobile because I'm at Sprint and T-Mobile merged, and it sucks now. So I got to go to another carrier, but. So I'm in there, and Apple makes me jump through not one, not two, but like 3 hoops to prove I am who I am. and then it says that it has to review my account and make sure that it's me, and I can't get in for at least 23 hours. And I already proved it was me. It was so maddening. It was so maddening that these guys have the balls to be able to control that, like to control my access to my stuff that I've proven through passwords, through emails, and through a phone that I've got it all. And it's still not letting me in. I wanted to throw my computer through the damn window. It was unbelievable.
That's not 5D, Dave.
No, it's not. But it would have looked like 5D with that window shattering out into the street. So frustrating.
Hey,
Yeah.
did you hear about this? Selena Govlik just sent me a message, said, Todd, about the Super Bowl, 3 big advertisers will not be buying ad time slots. Budweiser is one of the 3.
That's probably never happened before.
Right. That's huge.
That is huge. They even have
Wonder
like
why.
the Bud Bowl. Doesn't Budweiser sponsor the Puppy Bowl?
Well, Bud and Bud Light, yeah.
Yeah, Bud Light. I mean that is huge. And Coke either? Alice says Coke. Do we know why? Huh. Margaret Owens says that Catherine Herridge takes us to drop 3850. Let me go there.
I like Catherine.
Yeah. Okay. I gotta do a better way. There's gotta be a better way to do what I'm doing. So what is it? 3850? Did she say?
Yeah,
Did
I think
say?
that's what you said.
3850. 3850. Catherine Herridge, CBS. The hunt is on. Hunters become the hunted. This is the movie poster, right? Let's show you the big one. Below the depths of the DC swamp, the hunt is on. In the invisible war for the future of our republic, by the way, the tables are now turned, and now the hunters become the hunted. Patriots in control. In honor of Donald J. Trump, Q-Team Patriots, all Anons, and every member of the Great Awakening engaged in the hunt. Where we go one, we go all. Enjoy the show. And then a Twitter, Kyle Griffin, Attorney General Barr has acknowledged for the first time that Rudy Giuliani has been giving the Justice Department information he collected in Ukraine, essentially bringing what was a stealth campaign into official government channels. This was February 10th, 2020. Did Mueller open the door to Ukraine? Did Mueller open the door to FISA illegal? How do you introduce evidence legally? Did impeachment provide a platform to discuss findings of Ukraine? How do you introduce evidence legally? Did impeachment harm or help POTUS? Public? How do you introduce Dems' high crimes, corruption to the public? Why didn't POTUS remove Hussein holdovers from NSC? Did you really believe that POTUS and team trusted Hussein holdovers to remain within the admin and work to enact POTUS's agenda without bias or confrontation? How do you awaken the induced coma, public, fake news control from their long sleep? Sometimes allowing your enemies to openly attack logical thinking. Look at how many times Trump has allowed them to openly attack him. Cheetos, Doritos, Pepsi, and are going to be, or they're not. Coca-Cola and Budweiser are out. What do you make of that? Greg Gates says the Clydesdale has COVID. I know there's some gorillas at the I think the San Diego Zoo that have it.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
Look at the trending things on Twitter. Q Congress is trending.
Really?
Yeah. And then the other one that's caught my eye, Reagan and Trump, is trending.
Did you say
Leader McConnell is trending.
our new video blasting insane Q Congress member Marjorie Taylor Greene is trending at number 10. Can we get 1,000 fast retweets and replies to help push this number up to 1, please, and thank you. They're trying to make fun of her.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, as long as any news is good news, they're going to be checking into it.
Yep. And what was the other one? Trump what?
Reagan and Trump. It's in politics.
Is it Reagan and Trump all one word?
No,
or
Reagan or Reagan space and space Trump.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I
or
don't.
do we have to do a pound with each one?
It finally came up for me. Just Reagan and Trump.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Let's see. Oh, by the way, it's Super Bowl 55. Cindy, Two Dogs Twitching.
Yeah.
Super Bowl 55, guys. 5-5. Loud and clear. Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. Amazing. Pepsi is also out. What the hell's going on? I mean, I know what's going on, but I'm trying to find the significance.
Were any of their were any of those CEOs the ones that stepped down in the 1,450 that stepped down earlier?
Hey, Sneds, will you find that out? I'm getting some feedback, Todd. Can you guys dig into the CEOs of those companies and see if any of them stepped down? HCQ has been approved. Gabby, thank you. Yeah, the what is it? The New England Journal of Medicine, right? Let's see. We got some stuff here. What is it? 10:16. I've got to wrap this up, folks.
I'm feeling it too.
Yeah, cute. Reese, Dave, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Let me see if I can see it. They're running COVID ads instead of commercials. Oh my God, this is going to be, talk about a massive like indoctrination. Oh yeah. Elaine says Super Bowl is the biggest moneymaker for sex trafficking. That's absolutely true.
Newsom's opening up California.
Yes. Unbelievable. Hey, Windy City says, Dave, when KC won the Super Bowl last year, Trump congratulated KC, Kansas, for the win. He has made fun of cause the Chiefs are in Missouri. Remember? And he misspoke, and the Chiefs are going to Super Bowl again. Trust Kansas.
Yep.
That's cool. Windy City. Awesome. Ford is out too.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how are you so MSART?
We prefer Mark.
Oh, cute. Reese, I got you. I know you mistyped.
It's even better.
That is so much better, and you and I are on the same page there. Cute Reese. Thank you. How am I so smart? Wow, it's just a gift. I can't even take myself seriously. Um, but I will answer that. What's that? What's that, bud? I lost Todd again. How smart am I? I can't even keep a guest. I can't even keep my co-host on the show. That's how smart I am. Oh my gosh. Um, I've shared this before. I 14 years ago basically said I don't know everything I know has been a lie. So I basically set my ego aside and said I don't know anything. And so I went about teaching myself because up until that point I had been taught. I'd gone to school, got halfway, I did okay in school. I was an athlete, which makes it really difficult to do school, and it's like more than a full-time job because it's physically taxing Division I basketball. But I was a decent student, and I worked hard, and I got halfway through my MBA. So I got some good education. I went to some good schools, and then I got caught up in the indoctrination, and was pretty much everything I knew was things that had been taught to me, and so at the age of about 42, no, this was what am I now? I'm 55, so I guess it was 41. And I was about to have a child, and I thought I really need to have a handle on this planet, like what's really going on. And yeah, so I started to teach myself, and I had some friends kind of guide me. My buddy Ed gave me some good resources, and I just started looking and teaching myself. And so I think the big thing about having on this stuff is basically saying you don't know anything, so that you set the ego aside and you come in. And that's why we do the coat check at the beginning of the show, which we didn't do today, by the way. I forgot. This might be the first show I've ever not done the coat check. Have I ever not done the coat check, guys? Laura, you'll be 55 next month. 55, over and out. So yeah, but thank you for that. Thank you for that compliment of being smart. And I think with everything I look at, like I also, I don't pretend I know it all. Like I'm willing to be wrong, and I think that's really important in finding out, finding the most out you can about the world around us. So hope that's answers your question. Thank you for that. And let's see. Oh, Buster, Dave, can I get your opinion on Kobe Bryant death? Did he know something? Part of the cabal? Was he going to talk? Wait a minute. Okay, I'm going to get to that in a second, Buster. Thank you. Donna says, Amy, my friend's son in the military has problems after his first vaccines and had seizure and spasms. I'm sorry about that. Some of them are taking the real deal. I don't think that the early military did, but I wonder how much control they actually have over that. So I know some of the real vaccines are out there. YAZ, I've been sweating with my coat on indoors for so long. Thanks. Venus, and I love this show every night. Awesome. I'm glad to have you here. Todd has fallen and can't get up. Yeah, let's get him back on. So he needed to cut loose anyway, so he might just be calling it a night, but let's get him back on just to say goodnight. And Christy, I'm going to check out show info too. And I've been remiss. So.
Okay, I'll answer.
Hey, bud, you want to cut loose? That's fine.
Yeah, there's some good
Yeah.
stuff. I guess Frogman dropped some more D class.
Okay.
I'm seeing in the chat. I just thought I'd catch up with some folks. And then there's a really good little short video of Kaylee's replacement that I sent to you, and so did Christy in the show chat.
Okay. Okay.
It's really funny.
She's a train wreck, isn't she?
She ain't no Kaylee.
No, no, definitely not. Okay, so I should probably hit Frog and in the show chat, and then I'm going to talk about Kobe, and then we'll call it. So you want to cut loose?
Yeah. I'll get out of here. Thanks,
All right,
everybody.
brother. All right, love you, man.
Love y'all. Hey, keep your vibes up. Biggest thing you can do. That'll destroy them. Love y'all.
Great addition to the show tonight with your vibes, bro. Thank you. All right. So Todd Gedeminsky, everybody, and Cindy Johnson, thank you guys for all that you do. And okay, 3-minute video. Okay, Beth, thank you. I see that. I'm going to pull that up as well. All right, guys. So a couple things. Let me do this first. Let me talk about Kobe. First of all, personally, I've never really been a fan of Kobe, to be quite honest. Okay. Okay. Beth, what am I supposed to... What's the missing part? Flip, Dave, I've been sick. Didn't you notice I haven't been here in days with your zillion followers? Flip, I'm sorry, I've missed you. Of course, I've just been, haven't been the same without you. I'm sorry you've been sick. I hope you're feeling better. Glad you came back on. Yeah, Slate Rock, I agree. So okay. So let me tell you about Kobe. I've dug in a little bit on Kobe, but I haven't gone too deep. I think the reason I didn't like him was more of a personal thing. I grew up a Celtics fan, and so I was a Celtics fan during the whole LA Lakers Celtics collide, right, in the 80s, because I'm old as dirt. And so I've never been an LA fan. Right, because they were all Showtime and all the girls and all that. It's like this. It was the. I was more like the. Work hard. Really hustle. They were all flashy and show, and so it was just kind of that vibe. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. So at any rate, and then his ego allowed him to, I think, miss out on a lot of championships because he couldn't get along with Shaq. And that's two sides to every story. I'm not a big fan of Shaq either. But at any rate, I have a great deal of respect for both of those men and their abilities. But here's what I wanted to say about Kobe. Okay. So Kobe had a drink, and it was an energy drink, and he called it the Black Mamba, right? And there was a pharmaceutical company that had a product that they were calling Black Mamba, and I forget the details on this. You guys may even know more than I do, but basically. He was going to be suing them, and he was going to be testifying in court against this pharmaceutical company and one of his partners that had a tie to this company. And so in 3 days, he was going to probably win a very, very large settlement against this pharmaceutical company. So there's definitely a motive for foul play and taking down his helicopter by the dark forces. Okay. Now, also, when you're in that position, you also have you have a tremendous amount of knowledge about the cabal, like you must to be able to rise to that level. So we don't really know, and so when you take on your own, it's almost like if he's taken on this pharmaceutical company, it's almost like he's taken on another member of the cabal, right? And so you got to be careful with that kind of stuff. And so he was going after them, and they may or may not have been a part of that. And so, and also, we see that a lot with like the Michael Jackson, right? He owned his songs, and the cabal couldn't have that. They had to own them. Okay. Same thing with Prince. Prince, was trying to own his songs. They couldn't have that. They had to do away with them. Okay. This is how they operate, and they will do ritual sacrifices and take out whole people. Remember, 17 told us 7 out of 10 airline or air traffic accidents are hits. 7 out of 10. Think about that. 70% of all plane crashes have been hits and helicopter crashes. Okay, so that's significant. It's a significant amount of people that have been killed through those means, right? And so at any rate, so I want to see this. Okay, this is Silver Eagle Tamrock. Thank you. 3-minute video of buses at the Capitol. Okay. These guys want me to see this, so I want to show it. So at any rate, God rest his soul. God bless his family, and God bless. This is what's forgotten is the families that died on that plane with him. Because they were innocent, and as was Kobe's daughter, and Aaliyah, the R&B singer, died of a plane crash. Prince was amazing. So we'll see. We'll see if he's one of the ones that have survived at the end of the day. I think they're pulling out a lot of these cats in this timeline, and I hope that's the case, because I'd love it to be the case. I'd love for Kobe to still be alive, and that's coming from somebody that wasn't crazy about the guy, but what an incredible athlete he was. Let me take you to this video, and I'll do a few more things, and then I'm gonna call it, guys. Here, let's check this out. I think we saw this, didn't we? And I can't play this, guys. You can't be sending me video with music on it. I'm telling you, you're crushing me. Guys, if you send me video with music on it, what they do is they hit me for copyright, and then they take off the videos off YouTube. Meanwhile, you can have people that'll do this, and they'll do karaoke, and they'll use that music all the time, like these guys did. But if I use it and bring it onto YouTube, they'll cancel me. As a matter of fact, I don't own that music. I was using it for fair use, and for not for profit. And so that's a fair use of that little snippet of music. Now, can I do that without the music? Yes. So let me figure out how to do that. All right. Let me see if I can do that without the music. All right. And where's the volume? I don't see the volume. Settings. No. No. Damn it. No volume control on BitChute? What's up with that, guys? Where the hell's the volume control? That's weird. Am I missing something? Yeah, can't play it, guys. Unless I might be able to do it. Hold on. I can do it in my software here. Let me just turn the system audio down. Okay, let's try it. Very strange secret midnight activity at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. Let me make sure, hold on, that you guys are with me. Okay, you are. All right. All right, here we go. Okay, now I can share the audio with you. Let's see. Okay.
To herd them all in, but they're not in the Capitol though, right? They're not in the Capitol building, aren't they? In their apartments or houses or condos or whatever they are. What could this be? I can't figure it out. From what I understand, that this is, again, this is called chatter because I've only heard it online and I can't back it up with multiple sources. But this whole operation was set up to let them commit treason so they would certify an election that constitutionally cannot be certified. And all of the people that created treason, does anybody know how many indictments have been created? There's guys in those vans. Look at this.
The heck?
And what's bizarre is all the buses are different companies. Adventure Tours, Flixbus, Newton's. We got Enterprise trucks. And then we got these really weird buses right here. I've never seen a bus like that. Has any of you?
What the heck is that?
It's different states.
Still,
Isn't it bizarre? Military operations usually are just a bunch of the same thing, right? All right, we got 539 people looking through my little lens here. All right, let's take a vote. How many of you guys want me to see if I can move around and watch all this activity in front of the Capitol? Military buses, thank you. Closer? Military transports. Stay put. All right, I'll stay put. Thank you guys.
That looks like a prison bus, that little one, because it has bars on the window. It has a bar across the window.
And there's my suspicious white vans that I've been following for 2 weeks. Well, they were not 2 weeks. Right when they announced that President Trump used the Insurrection Act, these vans were driving through with 2 vans, 3 police cars.
All right, this is very interesting. The date on this, where'd it go? What the heck? No, come on, man. Jeez. By the way, if who is the high command? Let me see. January 26th. Okay, that's today. All right. So this was last night, or was this tonight? Is my question, right? Interesting. What do you guys make of that? That's pretty intense, huh? Let's see. Video you're watching is Mustang Medics done on the 20th. Tracker, is that right? Well, I didn't play I didn't play Teresa. Yeah, there was another. That was the intro. So I thought it was the same video as well, but it wasn't. Okay, thank you. Mustang Medic posted that in the early morning of January 20th. Okay, interesting. Yeah, don't ever say "come on, man" again. Sorry, Flip. Yeah, I agree with you. By the way, I saw your comment about how you want to meet me and Trump, but Trump first. I saw that. Don't think I didn't see that. I'm honored. Looking forward to meeting you. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, yeah, Timothy Holmseth. I'm not a fan. I just don't think he's legit. That's just my opinion. I have nothing to back it up, but he has nothing to back up his claims. Yeah. So this is that's interesting. Yeah. Today's the 27th now. It's still 26 for me. Okay, so a couple things. I want to go to the show chat here, and then let me get to some stuff that Chrissy's been dropping, and let me see. Oh, I was supposed to do that video that Todd sent me. Hold on a second, and Christy did as well, I think. Oh, okay. HRC D class. Okay, we got to go to Frogman on Telegram here. We'll get some stuff going down right now. Some D class on HRC supposedly. Let me get to it. Okay. All right, here we go. Let me go to Frogman. D-class forensic analysis on Dominion via Antrim County. Forensic analysis, fantastic. What is this? Carter Page. D-class Russian information transcript the FBI didn't want Americans to see. It's happening, folks. Jeffrey Epstein received at least $200 million from billionaire Les Wexner and Leon Black. Les Wexner owns Victoria's Secret, the L brands, wow, and he would use that to get girls. Look at all this coming out, guys. This is unbelievable. In Epstein's wake, MIT Media Lab, Dirty Money, and Schwartz. Schwartz, guys, this is the gentleman I was saying earlier, who I think was murdered. They said he committed suicide. The one that created the RSS feed, yeah. And by the way, MIT is really dirty, guys. Schwartz had information on the MIT and child trafficking, and that's why they killed him. Yeah. I want to show you this dude, and I don't think I stay with it. It doesn't stay with me when I go, and I think I got his name wrong. I think I might have said Andy. What's his first name? Which bothers me because I think he's a hero. What's his first name? Schwartz, guys. Aaron Schwartz. I knew I had the A was right. But Aaron Schwartz, guys. Let me see. Sent Jen Psaki video. Okay. Yeah. Dave for press secretary in the new administration. Greg, can you imagine me? Oh, yeah. By the way, if we had real media, like, I'd be fine. But if we had fake media coming in there, boy, I'd rip them a new one every opportunity I had. Which, by the way, Kaylee did brilliantly. I don't know if anybody's going to top Kaylee. I loved Huckabee Sanders, but Kaylee took it to another level. Epstein flight log D class. I've seen those, by the way. I don't think there's anything new on those, but we could take a look later. Let me see. HRC served as U.S. Secretary of State from January 21st to February 1st. The FBI conducted an investigation into all. Whoa, let's see what we got here. Let me transition that to you to a, hold on. I gotta find. Let me see. There it is. Okay. All right. And the FBI records the vault. This is vault.fbi.gov. Hillary Rodham Clinton. They conducted an investigation into allegations that classified information was improperly stored or transmitted on a personal email server she used during her tenure. You don't say. FBI has had their head so far up their ass because they weren't allowed to release this stuff. And she has been dirty. She has been she's responsible for so many deaths because of the release of some of this information. Okay? This is total deleted pages. You know what? Don't be giving me, D-class with a bunch of redacts, guys. You know what? These people piss me off. It's like, don't be redacting this shit and think you're doing us a favor. You're not doing us a favor. Release the whole damn thing. Except for the stuff that would potentially harm people, put them in harm's way, which Hillary Clinton's already done. Look at this. Look at this redaction bullshit. You know what? Release it all or don't release it. What a joke. What a joke. This is not breaking. This is bullshit. More bullshit. Just she did it. She's guilty. There's plenty of evidence that shows that. Just put her in behind bars for treason until her military tribunal. Mid-year exam, mishandling of classified. Yes, a lot of them. A lot of classified. And Loretta Lynch was promised a seat on the Supreme Court if she just stopped the investigation. And she did. And she didn't get to Supreme Court. All right. All right, not much coming out. I mean, there's a lot coming out, but you know what I mean. When they put it out like that, it just pisses me off. The DNI Ratcliffe stuff. Okay, you guys can dig into that, and I'm sure you're going to find a lot of things that are exciting. Yeah, it's time to make a decision. It's time to make a stand. Take a stand for what's right. All right, let me go to some fun. Let me go to that video that Todd and hold on a second. Here. Okay. Let me get there. Where are we at? Here we go. All right. Where am I at? Phone. Okay, here we go. Let's get this going.
President Biden
You know what? I'm not going to play that. I'll tell you why. Because somebody could cut that together of me and make me look like an asshole. Okay? We don't need to try to make assholes look like assholes. We don't need to try to make people that are working for Satan, out to be bad, I think that makes us look bad. I think that makes us look bad, and I don't want any part of it. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's a nice little from a friend of mine. Here we go. Bah ha ha, just gets sillier by the minute. So what says you, David Snedeker? Do you think Trump is still miraculously going to become president on March 4th now too? QAnon thinks Trump will become president again on March 4th, right? And then all the people chiming in. The stupidity of these people is absolutely stunning. Meanwhile, folks, I know every one of these people almost. Like they were once friends of mine, okay? And now, yeah, Kobe was gonna out the pharmaceutical company that had infringed upon his Black Mamba, Jason. Being an asshole. And I called him, by the way. Called him. Said, you know what, dude? You got my phone number. Pick up the damn phone and call me. We got history together. But no, you got to go and you got to try to embarrass me in front of my audience or in front of our friends. You're going to look like an asshole when this is all said and done, Jay. I'm telling you, brother. Because you're indoctrinated, and everybody that's making these kind of stupid-ass comments are completely indoctrinated. Okay? I haven't watched mainstream media in 14 years. And when I watch it, like I did the other night when I watched Trevor Noah, oh my God, what an absolute thick and dripping with indoctrination and manipulation like you wouldn't believe. Right? And so does he call me? Does he call me and say, dude, what do you think? Why do you think Trump's going to, No, the asshole doesn't call me. He's going to try to make me look stupid in front of everybody, and he's going to look like an asshole when this is all said and done. He already looks like an asshole. All right? And I'll say that to him now because, I tried to call him and say it to his face, but no, he won't pick up the phone or call me back. It was my next door neighbor for years. We invested in stuff together. We're friends. We tried to do stuff together, Didn't work out, but we tried to make it work together. And, so what a shame. But that's, we all have that to deal with, guys. We all have that to deal with. And they'll be back. But I'm glad because look how it's exposing people. Look how it's exposing people. And they think I'm being exposed. But think about Trump. Think about how many attacks he's had against him. Think about how many attacks he's had against him. And he's brought it in. He's like, all right, go ahead. Come on. Bring it on. You're exposing yourself. Every one of these people are exposing themselves. Bah ha ha ha. Oh, you think this is da 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 da. And, by the way, he's a big Kobe fan too. But God forbid that he actually look into why Kobe could have been murdered. No, don't look into that. It was just an accident. The guy flew into a fucking mountain. A pilot flew into a mountain. Yeah, I'm sure there's no. He was going to testify in 3 days against a big pharmaceutical company that would have financially hindered them tremendously. But I'm sure it wasn't. It was just, But we're stamping on Kobe's grave because we're challenging, we're questioning that maybe he had something that was going to hurt them and they wanted to take him out. Yeah. Just crawl back into your indoctrination and shut up. Because when it comes to this stuff, there's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't be able to speak highly about. I wouldn't be able to speak intelligently on a lot of things that he would be able to, or another friend of mine would be able to, just because that's not my thing. They have what they're smart about. They can do this or they can do that and they can do this. This whole thing, this picture of the indoctrination, the 14 years of research that I've done is I've got 15 PhDs with the amount of time I've spent with this. Call it 5 because, Call it 5 PhDs on this stuff. I can talk to anybody on the planet about this, and it'll be very rare that they'll know something that I haven't at least looked at or looked into. And yet I come to here, and you guys are bringing up stuff that I could learn more about too, right? Like I haven't looked into certain things, and so you guys can bring me knowledge too, because I'm always learning. But you know what? To just, makes fun of somebody like that, how childish. Like 7th grade. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. What an asshole. What an asshole. I hope you're watching, Jay. You're an asshole. All right? Call me. Call me, dude. We'll talk. But stop being an asshole. Thank you, guys. 7 out of 10 plane crashes are hits, is what 17 has said. And by the way, I was looking into that long ago when there was some stuff going down with Clinton, because Ron Brown was assassinated by them taking his plane down in Yugoslavia, okay? Because Ron Brown was going to testify on the against the Clintons in a couple of days, like 3 or 4 days after that happened, right? So at any rate. All right, guys. So a couple things. I wanted to go, Christy. I want to go to the show chat, see what I might have missed from you. 45 Republican senators vote against the Trump impeachment trial. Say it's unconstitutional. They just saved their ass, by the way. So don't be calling up your senators and saying, "Oh yeah, thanks." No. They just saved their ass because they know it's unconstitutional. They did their damn job, which is what they should be doing all along. So don't give these 45 senators a bunch of accolades, people. They did their job. They saved their ass, because if they had gone into the Senate impeachment trial, it would have also, like Christie said to me earlier today, wow, if we had that impeachment trial, what kind of evidence could Trump bring into that impeachment trial? That would be awesome, because then he'd be able to say, well, this is why the people were in D.C. This is why they may have been upset and gone into the Capitol building. By the way, the people that are saying these things about, laughing about all this stuff, think about it. They haven't even looked into the Capitol. They don't even know that those doors were opened for those people. They opened those doors. They haven't seen my video showing what it looks like when they don't want you in the Capitol, which is what they did when they repelled them many hours later. Yeah, it's unbelievable, guys. This is unbelievable. 5 Republican senators sided with Democrats and voted no on the GOP motion to dismiss the impeachment trial. Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Mitt Romney, Pat Toomey, Ben Sasse. Folks, Ben Sasse. Those who cry the loudest, those who speak the loudest. Yep, those who speak the loudest. All right. And let me check my emails too. Thank you. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Got no tolerance anymore, folks, for ignorance. And just poor behavior too. Poor behavior. The right behavior was calling up, say, "Hey, man, let's talk. Come on, dude, I love you, man. Let's, yeah." No, but he'll try to make fun in front of friends of ours, which I could give a shit. Honestly, I really couldn't, because it exposes, like anything against us. It exposes those who are, acting as such. Let me see. White House blackout between 3 and 6 a.m. Okay, that looks like it went to the Q clock, but I'm having a tough time, and I can't go to that link. Ruth, you sent me something I can't click to. Maybe let me see if I can go bigger on that. Let me see. Can I can't make that bigger, and I can't see that. What's this? It's a YouTube video, but it looks like it goes to the Q clock. It looks like there's some pretty significant things in there. Let's see. Another done in 30. Another Q drop. Yeah, I can't blow those up. Q Frogman. That was a Q Frogman done in 30. Let's see. 126. Maxwell. What's going on with Maxwell? So, okay. So the court of Ghislaine Maxwell is in receipt of a request for, or they filed requesting limited reconsideration of the court's order to unseal her July 2016 deposition. So they're still trying to hide this, right? And Ms. Giuffre shall file any response to Ms. Maxwell's letter no later than 5 p.m. on January 27th. So that's coming tomorrow. And then Maxwell has to the 29th to file a reply. In the interim, the parties shall proceed with the public docketing of the materials ordered unsealed by the court in its January 19th ruling, except pages 112-17 through 113-12 of Ms. Maxwell's deposition. Okay, looks like that's happening tomorrow. Thank you for that, Ruth. Keep me posted on that, please, tomorrow. Yeah, Budweiser to forego advertising. Christie says the Russian informant transcript the FBI didn't want Americans to see. Okay, that's also in that dump that we just had. Thank you, Christie. Let's see. Oh, this is a human rights tribunal that Denise shared. Denise, this is here's the thing: the Human Rights Tribunal has bark, but it has no teeth, right? So it's almost like the first court of Dave, has come to session, and we find these people at fault. Except I have no authority to go and to arrest them. So that's just something. So it doesn't really mean much. Okay. Let's see. And I can't see these. So Ruth, I can't look the way you're sharing them. I just can't pull them up. I'm sorry. All right. Christina says, this is my family. Christina, beautiful. Thank you, Christina. That's really awesome. I'm so glad that you guys consider each other family and me family. I am honored to be here with you and to share this time with you. I need to call it, folks. I could keep going, and I know there's some things that you maybe wanted to see that we didn't get to. And let me see. Wow.
James Kaufman.
Hold on. I think I got to show this. This is the Schumann. Planet Earth is entering another event. Now, guys, as you know, we do the Schumann. Like, it's not like an end all for us, but we're into it. This is from E. Conti.
James
let's
Kaufman,
take a look
World
at this.
News Report today. Folks, January 26, 2021, 2 p.m. Central here in the U.S. God bless you and yours, no matter where you are in the world, folks. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, ring that bell for critical future updates. Folks, I am guessing, based on what we're seeing right here, we're about to enter an event. We have our electromagnetic field showing that we're actually starting to enter an event. Can just barely see it right here. We're going to go in further and take a look. What you're seeing here is our Schumann resonance, and we've had some incredible spikes in the last 24 hours, folks. I would say that these spikes probably went over 100 hertz here, but it's very hard to tell with this equipment that they've given us. We definitely know that they've gone as high as 80, 85 to 90 hertz, but the lines seem to go much higher, as you can all see right here, folks. So this is an event we're actually entering again right now. You can see it right here. Has to do with our electromagnetic atmosphere and our Schumann resonance, how we vibrate. This is giving you a 5-day look at the total situation, and as you can see, we've had events for the last 4 days, really. The only day that really no huge events took place was the 21st of January. Since then, we've had major spikes in our Schumann resonance almost on a daily, 3 or 4 times a day occurrence. Now, we all know that the 22nd, it went crazy, and they're blaming it on the snow. All of the sensors, all the geophones, all of the different sensors, they have 5 different sensors, went crazy because of the snow. We all know that's the truth, right? Now, I want you to look with your eyes and see this blue line here. This is our electromagnetic atmosphere, our E field, electromagnetic field here. You can see that we're actually entering an event. Notice with your eyes this blue line going up and the yellow emanating. This is what we see when right before we enter a large event, and I believe exactly what is happening as we speak. Tinfoil hats on, guys. Seatbelts on. It's going to be another rough week, it looks like. God bless each and every one of you guys. Please share our videos and please subscribe.
So, thank you for that. Planet Earth is entering another event. So good stuff. The Schumann. We love like kind of looking at the Schumann stuff, and just getting a kind of a vibe of what Todd was talking about, staying high in the frequency. Amy, I'm on every night, normally Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, but we've been on every night because we're in the middle of a war. I may take tomorrow off depending on what's happening, just because it's a lot. But look out for me, guys. Love you guys. Get some sleep. Don't forget you are loved by God and me. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Dave, for tonight. God bless. God bless. Freddie Martin, love you. Elbow cough. Thank you, Freddie. Love you too, man. Awesome. Really calm. Nice. Thank you, Dave. You're great. Thank you, Becky. Yeah, so good stuff, guys. Very much appreciated. Angel, thank you. Night all. Awesome stuff, guys. We've got again, the stuff that when we're not in control, they're definitely showing us right what's good. Fauci's responsible for a lot of deaths, folks. Yeah, with AIDS. Just ask his former partner, Dr. Judy Mikovich. All right, guys, quick prayer. Dear Lord, thanks for bringing us together tonight. Thanks for all the truth that we are finding, and thanks for the energy to go after it and find it and share it. And please watch over President Trump and his family, the Q team, all the Anons, all the autists, all the keyboard warriors and snedheads, and all those folks. Please strengthen them through this fight. We ask you for help for anybody that's struggling right now or having a difficult time with all that's going on. And we just ask you to just remind them of your love for them, and also that things are going to get better. And this is any pain is temporary, and we ask you to bless this nation, bless this planet with the Holy Spirit and Jesus Christ, and we ask you in your name, and thy will be done. Thank you. Amen. All right, folks, I am out. May or may not see you tomorrow night. Keep an eye on your notifications. Please like and subscribe and click the notification so you know when I go live. And had a great crowd tonight, ending up with about 2,000 and a little over 2,000. And so happy to be here with you. God bless. Love.